Just given a couple minutes here to see if Commissioner Starley is able to join us as well. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'll just give one more minute here. All right, I guess we better get started here. The time is 8:35. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Cook County Board of Commissioners to order on Tuesday, April 13th, 2021, where our mission is supporting community through quality public service. Please rise and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And next I should read this statement regarding our virtual meetings here in the pandemic. Number one, it has been determined that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the related peacetime emergency declaration made by Governor Walz in accordance with Ministerial Statutes, Chapter 12. Number two, we have ensured that all members of the body participating...
I was waiting for you. Okay.
Oh, we got Commissioner Starley. Welcome, Commissioner Starley. Sorry for any challenges there.
The meeting start.
Yeah. Number two, we have ensured that all members of the body participating in the meeting, wherever their physical location, can hear one another, can hear all discussion and testimony offered at today's meeting. Number three, we have ensured all members of the public present at the regular meeting location of the body can hear all discussion, testimony, and all votes of the members of the body. We have urged the public not to attend this meeting in person because of the COVID-19 pandemic and have ensured the members of the public can view and monitor the meeting remotely in real time by broadcasting the meeting on Cook County website. Number four, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have determined that it may be unfeasible for County Auditor Brady Powers, County Attorney Molly Hicken, County Administrator James Yorkey, members of the Board of Commissioners to be physically present at the Cook County boardroom at the Cook County Courthouse. Number five, all votes will be conducted by roll call, so each member's vote on each issue will be identified and recorded. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? One adjustment I was hoping to make, just because we may get strapped for time here, is moving item number 5 under the assessor, that update down towards just before employee concerns, commissioner concerns, and our updates there, right around the administrator update as well. The information that Assessor Thompson will be presenting, I think, is very important, very useful, but just depending how time goes, it may have to get put off, unfortunately. But be very, very helpful and useful to have before the Board of Appeals. Is that okay with everyone? Mr. Yorkey.
Yes, I just want to let you know, I did talk to Assessor Thompson. He's aware of the desire to push that back toward the end of the agenda, so that's not a problem.
Thank you. Thank you for reaching out there. Any other adjustments to the agenda? Hearing or seeing none, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Commissioner Sullivan?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to approve the agenda as adjusted, moving item 5 to the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion. Is there support?
Starley, support.
Oh. Thank you, Commissioner Storley. And thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Any further discussion? Otherwise, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Svalson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. The agenda is approved unanimously. Moving on to item number 2, public comment period. Mr. Yorkey, have you received any comments to be read for our meeting, or are there any members of the public wishing to make comment at this time?
Mr. Chair, I have not received any comments.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, the consent agenda. Are there any items a commissioner would like to pull from the consent agenda? Otherwise, I would look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Swanson. We have a motion. Is there support?
Sullivan supports.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Otherwise, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Swanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4 is Emergency Operations Command update. I saw both Mike Keyport and Grace are on the call. Grace, would you like to start? Good morning.
Good morning. Sure, I'm happy to get started. So it's been a busy couple of weeks since my last update. We did put out a media release last week regarding the B117 variant, which a few of our recent positive cases were selected by the State Health Department for genetic sequencing, and they did come up as positive for the B117 variant, which is sometimes called the UK variant. This wasn't unexpected, but it did warrant some public communications as the variant is 50% more infectious, so it spreads more easily between people. So we used it as an opportunity to just remind the community that with this new variant becoming the more common both in our community and across the state, it's a good time to remember that we're still in the pandemic, even with our relatively high vaccination rate, and we need to keep up the good work with the mitigation strategies that we've put into place with masking and social distancing, avoiding large gatherings, etc. Because the state randomly selects samples for sequencing, we're never going to know exactly how many of our cases are the B117 variant and how many are not. So from my perspective, the best path forward is just to proceed with caution and keep up the mitigation strategies that work against both the original strain and this new variant. And the state is expecting it to be the vast majority of cases in the state will become B117. I mean, when we put it out last week, it was 65% of the samples that they sequenced were coming up as this new, more contagious variant, and they're expecting it to rise substantially in the coming weeks. So that was big news from last week. With contact tracing, our case count stands at 145. We've had 3 cases here in the past week. We did have 2 school-linked cases. So we worked with the school's COVID coordinator, in this case, Megan Myers at ISD, to reach out to all of the families and their students within the school that were affected. And that's a process and a relationship that's been in place since last summer. So at this point, we have things really ironed out in terms of our process of first communicating with the family and with their permission, communicating with the school, and then with the school's support, figuring out who would have been affected and reaching out to those individuals with recommendations for testing and quarantine. So in that sense, things went as planned, and I think the schools have been doing a great job with their mitigation plans. And so the hope is that with the testing and the quarantine, we see very few, if any, cases come up among the contacts that have been in quarantine. We still are providing technical assistance to schools, businesses, and events. With the summer season upon us, Andrea Orist, who's the statewide health improvement plan coordinator who works for Sawtooth Mountain Clinic with a contract between PHHS and the clinic, has been doing lots of work reviewing preparedness plans, primarily for events and for businesses. So as we get ready for summer season, it's just, especially with news of the variant in the community, she's been doing a great job at working with people to try to help them prepare for the upcoming season. With vaccination news this week, we had planned to have 3 events, one with North Shore Health using the Pfizer vaccine, one at the community center using the Moderna vaccine, and one at the Lutzen Town Hall using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. However, just this morning, we heard the news that the CDC is recommending a pause on using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And so I haven't had time yet today to really plan out what that will mean for us, but it will involve not offering Johnson & Johnson tomorrow. I still have to connect with Kate Serba at Sawtooth Mountain Clinic, but it is likely that we will contact the people who are registered for that event and point them towards either the community center or North Shore Health, or if they're hoping to wait for the Johnson & Johnson, just make note of that. And if when we're able to offer it again at some point, let them know. But we are going to be following the CDC's recommendation on that and putting a pause on the event tomorrow. It is also possible we could do the event in Lutzen using the Moderna vaccine, but really the details of that have not been worked out yet between the clinic and public health. So that's something that we will be working on this morning, right after I'm getting off of this call, and hope to provide an update to the community via a media release this afternoon, as well as I will likely be going on WTIP to share what our plan is after we develop it later this morning. So the concern over the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, they did see blood clots in 6 women. That's out of over 6 million shots of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine administered. So, well, I think the headline could be alarming that they're seeing blood clots. I think it's also a really good window into how our surveillance system works in public health in terms of adverse vaccine events. So whenever there's any sign that there could be a relationship between a vaccine and an adverse event like a blood clot, there's 2 different systems. One bears the vaccine adverse event reporting system through the CDC, and one is this VSafe app, which also, if somebody self-reports an adverse event, links up to the VAERS system. And when the CDC notices any pattern between a vaccine and an adverse event, they look into it, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So that's why the CDC has recommended this pause on administering the vaccine. It's similar to what we saw in the UK with the AstraZeneca vaccine in the past weeks. And so this is really how our surveillance system for adverse events with vaccines works. And I think it's a good window into how that regulation unfolds. So we do want to make sure that if there is any concern over any potential serious side effect, that the CDC and the FDA look into that and take that very seriously. So that's what we're seeing unfold in real time. I'm sure there'll be more updates to come as they look into exactly what this relationship is and whether there are certain groups of individuals who may be at higher risk from these rare, more serious side effects. So as with many things related to the pandemic, it's kind of a stay tuned situation, but in terms of what this means for us locally with the event we'd planned with Johnson & Johnson for tomorrow in Lutzen, we will not be offering Johnson & Johnson, but we will be offering alternatives for the people who had signed up for that event. And there were about 60 people who had signed up. So if you're one of those people, we'll be reaching out to you today to give some next steps and alternatives. So with vaccine also, taking a look at our rate here in Cook County, we do have, as of yesterday, we had about 46% of the county who had both doses of the vaccine, and just about 64% of the county who had 1 dose of the vaccine. And so that's fantastic news. We continue to make progress with the events this week. I think we'll probably be closer to 65% of the county having received at least 1 dose. The goal is to get us to around 80%, which would be the level that the state health department considers community immunity or herd immunity. And that's the point at which enough people are vaccinated and there's a low enough level of the virus spreading that those people who are not able to be vaccinated or are choosing not to get vaccinated have some indirect level of protection because there's just not as much COVID spreading. So that's the goal here. And it's going to be a while until we get there, but I think it's important to note that that is a goal and that there is benefit to the community when we reach that goal by providing that indirect protection to people who are not able to be vaccinated. And particularly in this situation with the vaccines we have available, it's people under the age of 16 that are probably the largest group of people who are not able to be vaccinated. There is no vaccine approved for use in people under the age of 16 yet, and that is about 10% of our population here in Cook County. So that is the news with vaccinations. So more to come later today for the community in terms of what the Johnson & Johnson news means for us. Going back to that idea of going from, mid 60s in terms of percent vaccinated to 80, we are seeing a shift in terms of we anticipate doing less volume with vaccination and doing more outreach and communication, answering people's questions about the vaccine, letting people know that they're eligible for vaccination, making sure people can get to vaccination events. I mean, the event in Lutsen was an attempt to start making vaccination available in different parts of the county so that it's more convenient for people. That's something we hope to continue with the clinics. I think we'll see smaller events, but hopefully events that meet unique sets of needs and really a more concerted effort to reach out and let people know what these vaccines are, what they do, why they're beneficial to the community, and answering questions that people have. I think it's normal to have questions about vaccines, and we're definitely happy to answer without judgment any questions that people have and just really try to make them accessible. Those are the two kind of main strategies coming out of the public health department there. And I think that's about it. Like I say, it's been a busy couple of weeks here, but we're just keeping on with the vaccination, the contact tracing, and the technical assistance to schools, businesses, and events.
Thank you, Grace. Do any commissioners have questions for Grace this morning? Commissioner Hawkins.
Grace, I'm wondering, I've heard of quite a few people who have been getting their vaccine outside the county. Do we track that, or is that do we know how many people are?
That's a great question. So there is a state vaccine database called MIC, Minnesota Immunization. I never remember what the other INC stand for, but it's the Minnesota Department of Health has a vaccine database. And basically it's, we do vaccines for a number of things, and specifically with childhood immunization, with people moving around throughout the state and across state lines, it's really helpful to just have a centralized place where you can go and say, oh, this is what vaccine you've received, this is what you're due for. And so this database has been in place for quite some time. And so it's based on your address of residence. So if somebody goes to the Twin Cities or Duluth or somewhere else for their vaccine, they'll still be counted in Cook County. And on the other hand, if somebody has a primary residence, let's say in Lake County or outside of the county, and they come here for a vaccine, that vaccine would be listed in their county of residence. So it's based on their self-reported address of residence. That's where it gets reported. And that's the data that feeds onto that map that the state updates.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Thank you, Grace. Any other questions from commissioners? Could you remind us, was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine approved, like the emergency use approval, or was that going through the whole system?
All three vaccines were approved under the emergency use authorization, and they're all three continuing to be studied and will apply for the typical FDA approval. They just have to wait to go through a certain length of time before they're able to actually apply for that. But all three of them have the emergency use authorization right now.
Thank you. Well, I don't have any other questions, and looks like there aren't any other questions from commissioners. So thank you very much, and we'll let you get back at it. And really appreciate all the work that you're doing, and great success in the county so far. And thanks to you and the team.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Have a good day. Mr. Mike Gieport, welcome. Good to see you. Would you like to give an update for us, please?
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Chair, commissioners, community members. Just a few things. I continue to meet with the state and my local Northeast region here. However, the state meetings we've dialed back to just once a month. The region meetings we're going to meet till the end of April, twice a month, and then dial that back to once a month. To everything is just vaccination central, if you will, throughout our region anyway, and the state too. I'm certain. Secondly, I've been working with Jim Boyd from the Cook County Chamber of Commerce. At our EOC briefing last Friday, we discussed. I still do have some hand sanitizer, and Jim brought up the point that maybe if we had some masks, some disposable masks to get out to the businesses too, to encourage not only the employees, of course, but customers coming into our local businesses to keep encouraging the wearing of masks. So I do have a quantity of disposable masks. So not only will be handing out hand sanitizer again, but we'll be distributing disposable masks to the local businesses. I'll be doing that tomorrow. Tomorrow morning from 10 till noon. The EOC at the community center, I'm hoping to the physical part of it, I'm hoping to kind of break down, if you will, by the end of April here, by May 1. There's really not a purpose for the equipment to be over there any longer. We still do have our PPE and other supplies there, and that's a good space for that. I know Diane is receiving requests for use of that building, and as things move forward here, we are, for my office, I'm looking at wildfire response and preparations for that. So, should that happen, we would need that EOC space again for a different type of response, but that's still to be seen. Very grateful for the wet and dreary weather, but it makes me sleep better at night. As I said, we met last Friday for our EOC briefings, and even though the physical part of the EOC I'll be moving back to my office, we'll still be meeting weekly virtually with the other partners on the EOC. So the virtual part of the Emergency Operations Center will continue. That's all I have. The only other thing I would say is Grace and her public health team certainly have this in hand, and there will be less and less to offer from the emergency management side. So unless you see fit, you could possibly take me off reporting out at your board meeting, as there will be less and less for me to report. However, if something comes up, I'll be glad to pop on and share news with you folks. So that's my report this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Gieport, and that's great to hear across the board there. The nice calming rains have kept me sleeping well at night too. So I'm happy to hear it's the same situation for you. It's real encouraging to hear that from your perspective that we don't need the regular briefings on the current emergency and from your side of things. So I'll leave that in your judgment, and unless other commissioners have issue with that, or would still like regular briefings from you and the emergency management standpoint, I think that would be fine. Do any commissioners have questions or concerns for Mr. Keyport? Don't see any, don't hear any. All right. Well, thank you, Mike, again, for all your work and keeping us up to speed with what's going on in the big picture. And I hope we won't hear from you in regards to wildfires, but please keep us posted if things start happening. I know there was some grass fires, and I'm sure we all saw that. But now with this rain, we're in a little bit better spot, but still stay on our toes here. Okay. Well, thanks again, Mike. Let's see here. We can move on to, we're going to skip from 4 to 6, and that would bring us to the Highway Department with Engineer Robbie Haas. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well.
Good. So the first, you look, I got 4 things under there. The first 3 are related. It's the 3 projects that we have scheduled for construction this summer at the end of the Gunflint. And I'm sure, if you clicked on each link and you noticed a bit of a discrepancy between the engineer's estimate and the bids that came in. In each case, each project ended up being, somewhere 40 to 45% over the engineer's estimate, which is a lot, which I was also surprised at. And I've been trying to think about this a lot because, obviously this is my first construction season up here, of trying to, have some sort of guess, I guess, as to what projects will cost in Cook County. For what it's worth, a little bit of background on this before we kind of say, hey, let's not do them. MnDOT on Trunk Highway 61 there, their engineer's estimate was also about 45% lower than the bids that came in. And they have a whole team of people, a whole building dedicated to that. So just perspective a little bit, and they're millions and millions of dollars. So what I feel like that kind of leads to is the engineer's estimate is kind of just that. An estimate might even be a generous word for it. It's kind of a guess. I don't want to say it's useless because you still need it to plan, budgeting things and whatever. Even though these are all state aid projects that we have, I don't want to, try and say, oh, we can do 7 projects and, clearly we can't. So it is a tool. It's a very rough tool though. That being said, like I said, MnDOT stuff came in high, when we looked at the prices and why the prices were so high. All 3 of these projects are at the end of the Gunflint. I'm not talking mid-trail or just up the hill, the end. And so there's no pits up there. So the reason all these came in was hauling. It's material costs to haul pretty much from down here, 50 miles up the trail, and then back and forth all summer long. So realistically, and I mean, I feel like even looking at both of them, all 3 of them, and guessing, trying to add some sort of percentage for doing work at the end of the trail, I think we would still be having this conversation. If you were going to tell me it was going to be higher, and I'd say, yeah, I'd agree with you. And if I had to guess, I'd say, I don't know, 20% more. That seems like a reasonable, like it's far. I don't know. I'm just going to throw a number on it. We also don't have anything to compare to is the other hard part. There's no other projects at the end of the trail recently. And so that's another thing. And that's how we kind of develop these estimates is comparable projects. The state every year puts out state averages for these bid items. And so that's great, but it doesn't really apply to us sometimes up here. you know, and then the last thing I'll say about it is, you know, we had one bidder. You know, we tried to get, you know, then that's another thing that hamstrings us sometimes is we have maybe 3 bidders at the most for these bigger projects. And I reached out to the other ones and, you know, it sounded like they were just busy with other bids. And so I think it's kind of just the cost of doing business at the end of the trail. You know, I reached out to our state aid office to talk to them to see like, hey, like this seems really crazy. And they didn't really blink at it. You know, Kristen, who was here before me, you know, I talked to her at length about it. And it's kind of like, well, you know, where are all the costs? And it was exactly like I had said, in the material costs, which include hauling and dealing with that. So, you know, it's higher than we thought. But again, it's just kind of, you know, this engineer's estimates is a very rough tool, something to keep in mind. I would imagine if projects were closer to 61, we'd be able to dial that in a lot more. Also, if we had some more bids, you know, maybe that fluctuates the price a little bit more. But if I had to guess, you know, I think even if we had 2 or 3 people bidding on these, I think we'd still be having this conversation. So I guess I'll open up for discussion because it is a very like, whoa thing. So yeah, open to questions.
Thank you, Engineer Haas. Yeah, do any commissioners have some specific questions? And clearly we all have concerns.
Chairman Mills?
Yes, Commissioner Starling.
Thank you. So Robbie, if you're going to spread it out over 2 years, you're saying? What?
No, this is, I'm sorry, this is just the first 3. We'll get to the pavement load rating thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So this is just for the Larch Creek, the Siegel Creek, and the Sage Slump or Bog Crossing construction projects this summer. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
6A, 6B, and 6C.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Hawkins, I saw your hand was up as well.
Yeah, I'm going to relate a discussion I've had with previous engineers. This happens a lot in Cook County, that the engineers' estimates are lower than what the actual bids come in. So just heads up.
Yeah.
Next time we have an engineer's estimate, make sure you double whatever you think your contingency is, because it's so frustrating to have a plan and then for us to have to come back and say, okay, where's the money going to come from? Which is my next question then. I was reading the report, the Highway Department report, and the estimates for these projects. And then it said that the state aid allotment was 1.2 million. So
1.8.
1.8. Okay.
Yes.
So we're covered. These projects are still covered.
Correct.
Under that money. Okay.
Correct.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. Yep. Our state aid allotment this year, and actually our state aid because of the pandemic was less than what it normally would be. And so for construction this year, yes, our allotment is 1.8 million. And so adding these up, you're somewhere in that 1.1, 1.2 range. So we're definitely covered on the projects, which is nice in this regard, but it's definitely for future projects. You know, they're not all state aid. And so being able to kind of dial in, you know, everybody, yep, yeah, exactly. You know, when it's levy dollars, when it's TST funds, you know, being able to dial this in more, I think will be, you know, more of a focus. I will say going forward with the estimates, it is, like I had said, it's kind of this rough tool. I don't want to say they're useless, but it's kind of, because, you know, like if the bids all just come in and that's just what it is, you know, we can estimate all day on state averages and, you know, whatever. But like you said, you know, doing, you know, work in Cook County can be more expensive. So, yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, you know, we laugh when you say double it, but it's pretty darn close.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Any other questions from commissioners or concerns? Mr. Yorkie.
I just wanted, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, I think Robbie has a really hard job, and I acknowledge that. And I also want to acknowledge that in the last 6 months that I've been here, I have seen Robbie and his team bring a real rigor to the work that they do for the county. I I think it's, like you said, it's your first season here, right? And there are a lot of new elements that probably don't exist in other places. The challenges of doing projects at the end of the Gunflint. There's a lot of costs there, and it can be really hard to dial that in. So I just want to acknowledge that, I have a lot of confidence in the work that Robbie and his team are doing. I'm so grateful that you guys are here. You're getting to a lot of things that I think have not been done in the past, and just want to thank you for your work. And I'm confident that as we move forward, those estimates will become more refined, and we'll have a better sense of what to anticipate in future projects. So I guess I kind of want to apologize because I feel like we put Robbie on the spot here, but he and his team are doing great work, and I just think it's important to acknowledge that. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no, what's nice with these projects and what we have planned, for future projects is the more we do, the more data we have. So now, when, eventually we get to redoing, the end of the Gunflint, repaving that, or even between the 92s, stuff like that. Now we kind of have comparable costs of, hey, this is what it cost, a couple of years ago. And so that'll really help us dial it in more. So, yeah. Really, just the more we do, the more we know, and then we don't have to have this talk.
Yeah, and I mean, I certainly appreciate the tough job that you have, and just as far as those estimates are concerned, we need something to go off of. So they are a tool, and it does give us some idea of costs, even if it's off by 45% or whatever. It's still something to work with, and it's important that we have that. We have those guideposts, or we have that placeholder, or whatever you want to call it. So I appreciate that, and the only question I had was maybe you can help me understand the specifics a little bit better, and maybe we don't even have to get into the specifics. But as far as those increased costs are in materials and hauling. I understand they're different markets completely, but just looking at lumber prices and what's going on in the construction industry on that side of the thing, home construction, is there any correlation with just straight up materials, not the hauling side of things, and or is there a significant change in the cost of hauling, not just that distance, but the overall cost?
Sure. I was really hoping somebody was going to tell me it was pandemic related, and then I could just do this and be like, okay, that's it. But I didn't hear that, so I didn't want to say it. The other thing that came out is, I guess, diesel prices are up higher. And so, obviously that factors into driving, all the machines and the trucks up there and stuff. And so, yeah, I don't have, that information. I could guess, but I don't want to do that. So.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't have any further questions, and doesn't appear that other commissioners do. Thank you for the questions. We did have commissioners. So we have 3 items that we've kind of been discussing here: 6A, 6B, 6C. At this point, we can go down the list, and I'd open it up for any motions. Commissioner Sullivan.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we award the contract for the bog crossing repairs, Larch Creek and Seagull Creek replacements.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Commissioner Folleson, support.
Thank you, Commissioner Solison. We have a motion and a support. Do we have any further discussion? none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Svalson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. That's unanimous approval for those three projects. Thank you very much, Commissioner and Engineer Haas. That brings us down to item 6D, the pavement load rating contract.
Yeah. So this one I'm kind of excited about, and I hope you are too. This is something that has been bugging me for a while, and so I think this would be a great opportunity to help us plan for the future. So what this is kind of just like it says, pavement load rating, and so it's essentially a van that will drive around all of our paved roads, which is basically our CASA routes. And load rate them. So they'll be able to tell us, is this a 7-ton road? Is this a 9-ton road, 10-ton, whatever it is. That's one part of it. The next part of it is feeding into kind of spring load restrictions. That's an important thing up here. They'll be able to further dial in kind of what our actual restrictions are. Right now, I'll admit I didn't have the time this year to kind of dig into our spring load restrictions. So I looked at what had been done and we just carried that forward. That's something I don't like to do unless it's something that, I've spent enough time to be like, yep, nope, that makes sense. And so that'll help dial that in some more. Another thing with it as well that I think is incredibly important is there's a ground penetrating radar portion to this. And so what that is it kind of, if you think, I don't know how to try and explain this, your ice fishing fish sensor, right? That you stick in the hole and it tells you, hey, 20 feet down, there's a fish there. Similar concept, except it'll say, hey, this is what's underneath your road. That's super important because that would kind of dictate to me whether we need to do a full reconstruction, which kind of gets to that like $1 million a mile thing we've talked about in the past, or just a simple, mill and overlay. So scratch off the surface and repave it. Those are two very different projects. So knowing what's under there, I think is important. I've kind of heard a lot of side stories too about, things that have been done in the way past, paving over logs. I know as a joke, it's funny to talk about, but not have to deal with in the field. And so, I would hate to assume something is out there and then, do a mill and overlay, for example, and then, come back in a couple of years and all of a sudden that's wasted money because it's all, something happened. So I think some follow-up questions will be to this. My guess is going to be, well, don't we have the plans? And when the plans say what's underneath the road? Ideally, yes. Even in my, kind of short career, I guess, not only just up here, but in general, unfortunately, when plans get made and then brought into the field, it doesn't always happen that way. Most of the time it does, no doubt about it. And I don't want to throw contractors under the bus, but, they're getting stuff done. And sometimes, mistakes get made or materials get swapped in the essence of being speedy. And then it doesn't get caught. And so the plans can now say one thing and what is out there is different. So kind of verifying that. The other big thing I think that we're going to run into more up here is even if, what the plans specify got built, we know how all the roads look up here. They're very wet. And I think the past week has kind of shown that too. Like there's a lot of water that, doesn't get taken care of up here. And so if that water is now infiltrating under the road, your nice road bed is now turning into, loon poop, if you will. And that's not good to build on. And so, having this, contract awarded would allow us to say, all right, here's the condition of all of our roads, not only on the surface, but underneath of them. And then that can help us planning and saving, I know I need to reconstruct this road versus mill and overlay this road, going forward. So that was kind of my thought behind it. It would give us a really good baseline to kind of plan things until I retire, which would be great. So let's do that. That's my 2 cents. Open to questions, comments, anything.
Thank you, Engineer Haas. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Hawkins, please.
I was waiting for Commissioner Storley. I thought she was going to go first, but okay. First of all, I do want to thank you, Engineer Haas. He spent an hour on the phone with me talking about these issues. I still have concerns, but I really do appreciate you really helped me understand. And do you know you can even watch YouTube videos on what this really is? So I'm learning a lot about road construction. My concern, I will just express it, that we paid $10,000 for a transportation study that says that 50% of our paved roads are below the PQI level. And I'm like, well, if we paid $10,000 for a study, how come we don't know which roads, or we don't know more information? And now we're going to do 70,000 for another study. And I think the public is kind of like frustrated that we just keep studying things. So I'm just expressing that concern.
Sure. No, and I can answer that question. That is a great question. So the PQI study is actually free. MnDOT does that for us every other year. So we're even numbered years up here. So I have info from 2018 and 2020. And what that does is that's just the surface condition. So PQI, Pavement Quality Index, is just kind of the top. There's another part to it, RQI, I think it's Ride Quality Index. And there's another one, SQI, Surface Quality Index. There's a lot of QIs. But what that tells us is kind of the top part of it. And that's where, yeah, like you had just said, that will give us a road condition and will tell me kind of, should I mill and overlay it? Should I reclaim it? But it doesn't tell me what's underneath of it. And so that's kind of the hard part, is we can do whatever we want on top, right? But if there's underlying conditions going on, that don't get addressed, that just comes back up through. And now this mill and overlay or this reclaim that should last, 10 years, will not last that long. And so it's kind of ensuring that, if a road needs to be reconstructed and then we have, a good road going forward, that information to me is very valuable, because reconstruction is very expensive to do. And so it's something that we would definitely need to plan and save up for, is that. So knowing kind of those underlying conditions is why I got very excited about this particular contract. The ride quality stuff you had mentioned, that we get every other year or so. So, yeah.
Chairman.
I hope that answered your question or concern.
Commissioner Storley.
Thank you. I'll go second. Well, I think we need to know what's underneath everything, don't we? We need to know what's underneath whatever we do, and especially with our roads. And so the money's budgeted. Thank you for doing that. And I think what I want to know is, this company Braun will be coming up. What time of the year will they come? Because spring is like right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can. I don't think we've gone that far to talk about it yet. Obviously, I wanted to talk with you all before I talked with them again. And so I think it would be something later in the summer, but they would do, I forgot to elaborate as well. So we split this contract up so we could better afford it. So they'll do half the roads this summer, and then they'll do half of the other half of our paved roads in the summer of 22. And so splitting it up that way, allows us to be able to do it basically. But yeah, I think they would come after restrictions are lifted and things have dried out a little bit to do it.
And they would give a detailed report then each season? Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. So it's a very interesting, it's kind of like, I think it's interesting. It's a graph of the length of the road, and there's kind of, this line that moves up and down and tells you, yeah, I'll show you. It'll be great.
Good. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to clarify, is the season or the seasonal conditions a factor in this assessment, or we're gonna, or is it just that we'll learn what's underneath regardless of the season, right?
Regardless of the season, we'll learn what's underneath. Yeah. So they could, I mean, to be, okay, I think maybe that was more Ginny's question. They could come out now and we would learn what is underneath of there. Maybe it would be a little more wet, I guess, than normal. And so that's why we kind of want to wait. But yeah.
Oh, sure. Right. So would this tell us porosity or, is that a word? Or,
Yeah.
or yeah. Or would
It's a word. I don't know if it would tell us that.
Yeah. Okay, great. No, yeah, I think it is a powerful tool for helping us plan, and that's really what we're trying to do here, is get a better handle on planning these higher cost projects. And I mean, it could also, I mean, it could really affect your estimates, right? Whether it's up the trail or not, just how much more materials we're going to need, what the scope of the project is, and so it really helps us. And I do hear similar concerns from members of the public as Commissioner Hawkins, just as far as all the quote unquote studies being done. But I think that's how we gather information to make better decisions, and I think that's really important. Alternatively, we could not look at what's underneath and just address what's on the surface, but I don't think that's in our long-term or for that matter short-term best interest. But it is an option if that's something we'd rather do. It just I would be less comfortable doing that. I would be more comfortable having more information so we can better address problems. But I don't know if other commissioners have been hearing similar concerns or have different takes on it or what. But I don't think I have any further questions myself. Anyone else have questions or comments? Commissioner Swanson.
Well, I've heard the concerns, but in the concerns that I've heard on studies in general, it's studies that we do that generally we would be able to get that information or comparables from other counties or that type of thing. I think this is unique in that it's a study with, with equipment and things. This isn't something you could do at comparable to. This is something you have to do on your own roads to gain that information. And it is valuable in a going forward planning perspective. And I think that does set it apart from just a study. And I appreciated the information on the previous, information on the roads that we had gotten and how this is different. So I thank you for that.
Commissioner Sullivan.
I just wanted to comment that I think spending the money for this upfront really will save us money in the long haul. And I really appreciate you looking into this. And I think it will be a very, very valuable tool in planning and budgeting. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's, when we were talking a while ago, I think, I gave a presentation on gravel roads and paved roads and, when do we pave them? Should we pave them? That kind of stuff. And that would be another example of if we paved, say a road was decided to get paved. If we paved over a road that was not built well, wasted money right there. So, it's just trying to develop that baseline to know what we have and then go forward with that, So hopefully we just have to mill and overlay everything that is paved. That'll be great. I'll stay optimistic and let you know otherwise.
Well, I appreciate optimism. For planning purposes, I think I more appreciate realism, but hope for the best, plan for the worst. All right. Well, any more questions? Any more comments? Brady, it looks like your hand is up there.
Yeah, Chair. Robbie, just wanted to ask, did they used to drill to get that kind of information?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they'll still do that, to kind of
Okay.
verify. Yeah, so what they would, I think, used to do is they would drill a lot more. Now the van kind of drives along with the radar and they can measure it. And then what they'll do is they'll still go in, not as frequently, and do, if you looked in the contract, there's some hand augers. And what that does is just kind of verify what the radar is seeing. But they don't do
Okay.
it nearly as frequently. Yeah. So sometimes when you're on a paved road, I don't recommend walking on them, but you can see little circles cut out in the middle of the road, and then something gets put back. That was a coring, to kind of show, here's what the road is made out of, here's what's underneath the road, and then underneath everything below that. So yeah.
So I assume you can do a lot broader testing with the radar than you could with the drilling. That's
Yeah, and that's what's nice is it's every inch on the road instead of just like, all right, I'm going to drill here and then in 100 feet here and then in whatever it is. So you get a much more accurate picture, which is I think pretty important, especially when you're dealing with potential for water intrusion somewhere. You can see it on some of our roads now where I don't know what's under them, and you can kind of see some of the shoulders falling off. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, it'll be very useful.
thanks.
Mhm.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, that question made me think of something. So has the county done these hand auger testing before on some of our roads?
Good question. I don't know offhand. I guess I would guess yes, but I don't have that information. I don't know. I know I don't have the tools to do it because I did ask about that, and we don't possess that. So that would be a purchase. But yeah.
And then how long is this information good for?
As far as I'm concerned, it would be indefinite, unless we have some major washouts or whatever. Like I said, this I think would give us a good baseline. Here's the condition of the things now, and as long as it's not, water constantly seeping in somewhere, if we're, things constantly sinking. I'm trying to think of other things. Obviously, it'll change when we do any road work. But then for us, for me, it'll be much easier to track and know what we have and say, we did work here on this in this year, and it was this stretch, and we did this. Maybe it's something every couple of decades. I don't know. That, isn't bad to do, especially if we do deal with a lot of, clay pumping up underneath or, water intrusion, like I had said. But I'm hoping that, at least on our paved stuff, if we can kind of stick to, this kind of feeds into a pavement management plan that I'm working on here. If we can, kind of stick with that kind of stuff, we shouldn't have water issues. And if the things get built correctly and we kind of account for, if clay is pumping up, we can put down, geotextiles or geofabrics to help prevent that. Then we should know that it's 10 inches of this, 5 inches of this, 4 inches of this, and we're done, until we're all out of here. So does that answer your question? Okay.
Very good. Very good questions. Thank you. Thank you all, and very good comments. I'm fielding more, unless there are no more, and in which case we can open it up for motions.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Storley.
Yes, I will go ahead, because you're asking for a motion, right?
Yeah, I think we're
Okay.
done with question and comments, and so yeah.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve the pavement load rating contract with Braun Company.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We have a motion. Is there support? Commissioner Sullivan?
Sullivan supports.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion and support. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Swanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
A reluctant aye.
and Commissioner Mills is aye as well. That's unanimous approval. Thank you very much, and Commissioners and Engineer Haas.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I will definitely keep you apprised once we get these results, and it'll be very easy to show in future projects how beneficial this was. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to it. All right, that was item 6, and moving on to item 7, human resources. We have 7A, and let's see, Ms. Dixon, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners, colleagues, and community members. I am here to ask for approval for 2 job descriptions and classifications. The first is from the Soil and Water Conservation District. Manager Elena Hansel requested that we put a new job description for an aquatic invasive species supervisor through our job evaluation process so that she can maintain wages that are equitable and consistent with the counties. That was done. The job description was classified at a grade 170. So I'm asking for your approval under letter A to approve the job description along with that classification of grade 170. I will note I had a misstep in that job description. I failed to include our new equal employment opportunity and affirmative action language. And so I have, upon discovery of that yesterday, thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for pointing that out. I did contact Manager Hansel, and she has the verbiage and will add that to all of the job descriptions for the Soil and Water Conservation District.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns for Ms. Dixon? I don't see any, and I don't hear any. So I'd look for a motion. Commissioner Sullivan.
I move to approve the updated job description and classification for the aquatic invasive species supervisor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion. Is there support?
Storley, support.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We have a motion and support. Is there any discussion? Hearing or seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Commissioner Storley.
Aye.
Commissioner Swanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Ms. Dixon. We have item 7B.
7B, Mr. Chair, is a request for approval on an updated job description and classification for Deputy Auditor, Taxation Payroll Benefits Specialist. This was put through Personnel Committee, the job description was, and then after approval of personnel, it went through our Job Evaluation Committee and was classified at a grade 150. So I'm asking for approval of the updated job description and classification of grade 150.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Any questions or concerns from commissioners? Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Pamela. Pamela spent an hour on the phone with me, walking me through the job description or the job evaluation process. It was very helpful. I thank you so much for taking the time to do that. I am going to express my concerns that I did express to her about this whole thing. So this job, we are adding HR responsibilities to this position. which means we're taking it away from someplace else, and we're not evaluating that again. My concern is about workload. And I kind of feel like in this job description process, we are not addressing workloads. I looked through some old job descriptions. I think they were from 2016. And on some of those, they listed out like the percentage of time doing that responsibility. And I think in a way that's kind of helpful when we decide to shift duties within or across departments. And I'm just worried that, so my question would be, how many hours of this HR work are we shifting from one department to another? Do we know?
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. I want to, if you don't mind, I want to address two of the points you made prior to your question. The HR, specifically the benefits responsibilities that were shifted away from another job description, that job description is currently under review. So we are updating that and it will go through the same process. Second, in terms of the percentages that are typically in a job description, the way that was set up in the past, if you'll look at that, it should show 100% of a pie. So it's not necessarily showing, if you add something into a job description, it's not necessarily going above that 100%. It's going to incorporate how much time and what shifts within 100% of a job. So I don't know that you're going to get that answer by looking at those job descriptions, but I'd have to look at what you're seeing. And in terms of workload, this was discussed with the department head when the shift occurred. My understanding about workload is that is under the purview of the department head. And obviously the incumbent is involved in that conversation. So I don't have a good answer for you from an HR perspective. I haven't been involved in the decision making that took place, other than making the request to see that if it was possible to make that shift.
Commissioner Hawkins, does that answer or address your questions?
Well, maybe to an extent. I understand, you know, job descriptions are up here at this level. I tend to be the thinker of what's really happening on the ground. And I guess I want more data for that. Is it working? That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Powers, I saw you had your hand on.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thanks. And I just want everybody to know that we discussed it a lot in my office with payroll person, myself. She's pretty confident, partly because it fits with a lot of what she's doing, the part of the benefits. She's seeing the same types of information. Of course, she has to go over here and do the other work, but so part of it is that confidence that she has, that I believe. And second is that the nature of these things are changing. So what we did in the office 5 years ago under this, because of the technology changes, et cetera, is different. And probably the kind of support she gets from Pam, and they work pretty closely. So all those things work together that I feel pretty confident that she can handle it.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Mr. Yorkie, did you? I saw you unmuted.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I mean, when it comes to questions about balancing workloads, to me, that feels like more of an administrative responsibility rather than a policymaker responsibility. And so, I mean, I think those are issues for us to resolve kind of at the department head level. And, you know, I think the board really is to kind of set policy and create the framework within which we make decisions about balancing workloads. So I feel very confident about the reclassification of this position. I did talk to Brady about the feasibility, the workload for Kay. And at this point, I've been assured that it is workable. It's something we're definitely going to keep our eyes on to make sure that she's not overburdened. And if there is a need to do further adjustment, we will certainly do that.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkie. And yeah, I do appreciate Commissioner Hawkins' concern about on the ground level there, and it is hard because in our roles, yeah, we're supposed to be at that working at that higher level, and so on that note, I think it's safe to say that what we want from the higher level is to ensure that employees have a balanced workload. We can say that and ask that staff work at achieving that. And just in the conversations I had in Personnel Committee, it sounds like this change is going to help with that balance overall in the organization, and I really appreciate Mr. Powers adding to the conversation about the discussions they've had in the office as well there about that. So I feel confident that this is a positive change, and that it's going to help our organization achieve better efficiency and better efficacy for all staff. And certainly, if there are some real concerns that develop with this change, I'd very much like to hear about them. Any other questions from commissioners or further concerns? I don't see any, and I don't hear any. So we can move on to opening up for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the job description and reclassification of the deputy auditor taxation payroll specialist.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion. Is there support?
Paulson supports.
Thank you, Commissioner Saulson. We have a motion and support. Is there any further discussion? Hearing or seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Hawkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Saulson.
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Commissioner Storley.
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well for unanimous approval there. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That brings us down to item 8 with MIS. And if I may, I'd ask that we just take a 5-minute break here. It is about 9:50. If we could come back at 9:55. Sorry to be nice. See, you just got your camera on there, and but I just need a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at it if that's all right. about 1 more minute here. All right, do we have Commissioner Svalson back yet? Very good. Commissioner Storley, are you back as well?
I'm here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Powers?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Thanks.
And Attorney Hicken. All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Director Rogers. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the rest of the commissioners and colleagues and members of the public. So this is actually a request to approve a resolution for a GIS open data. And just a little bit of background on that. And Kyle Oberg is on here this morning too, who's our GIS analyst. So if you have any really detailed questions, he'll be the person who can answer those. But so data is a really important commodity that we have at the county. A lot of it is private data, but a good deal of it is public. And most of that public data is our GIS data. That's all of our property information, the mapping information, addresses, a lot of other detailed information, which Kyle is kind of the keeper of that data. In the past, the tools were a little bit more primitive than they are today. And so if somebody wanted, say, a bunch of address labels for a certain area where they were going to send out information for a public meeting or something, that would be a request that often came in through to our office. So if they wanted a custom map for some purpose, that would come into our office. The tools have really evolved. And what we have on our website, I know that many of you are familiar with them, allow for most of that to be self-service. So this is a change that's happened over time. As the tools have gotten better, as we've put things in the cloud so that they're more accessible wherever you are to get there. So this is really just kind of a formality that says, yep, we have embraced an open data policy or approach to our data, allowing people to access it without cost because it is public data as they need it. So and why this is a bit of a change is in the past, we charged for that service. Not that we made money on it, really. We barely covered our costs. In some cases, didn't cover our costs. So this also is, this change in direction has a resource implication for us. It's a small loss of revenue, which isn't really a loss of revenue, but it's changes because it didn't really cover our cost. But it provides the same service or even a better service to the public. Sometimes people that aren't even in our region that are asking for that. So if I could, Kyle, do you want to add anything to that? Are you on? I see your name on there.
Sure. No, I'm here. Really don't have much to add. Just in other than it's very much in line with these government initiatives to be open and transparent. And as Rena said, geospatial data is public data, and we can do the larger community a bigger service by making that raw data available, above and beyond, different public facing applications we might provide on websites. This would be a self-service download to expanding use of GIS users from our government partners that were already providing data to government contractors and consultants, university professors, designers. There's a as GIS evolves and gets its way into a lot of different industries, more and more people are looking for GIS data sets, map layers, and that's what we aim to provide with this open data portal.
This resolution is not required here at all, but many counties have done this as a way to just be more formal about this, about the accessibility of this data. So if I could, I'd like to read the resolution out loud so that it's in the public record that way. So, okay. Whereas the County of Cook, Minnesota creates, maintains, and possesses valuable geographic information systems, GIS data, to support its various business purposes. And whereas the County of Cook, Minnesota recognizes that this GIS data is also a public resource, and there are significant benefits to making this data freely and openly available. And whereas the emergence and continued refinement of new information technology has dramatically changed the way citizens search for and expect to find, consume, and utilize information, and such technology can aggregate ever larger quantities of data and allow government to provide information to the public with increasing efficiency. And whereas the County of Cook, Minnesota can leverage this technology to meet the public demand for information, enhance public access to government data, and make government processes transparent in order to promote public trust. And whereas ensuring the quality, consistency, and availability of such data is a core function of government and is essential to maintaining the data's value and utility. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Cook County Board of Commissioners hereby authorizes the Cook County Management of Information Services Department to publish its public geospatial data on its website in a commonly recognized and easily produced form, available for download by anyone at no cost, subject to accepting the terms of the data disclaimer, GIS Data Usage Agreement. And be it further resolved that the Cook County Board of Commissioners hereby reserves the right for county business units to charge fees for GIS data provided in other forms and to accommodate special requests for maps, data, and analysis under the applicable rules and statutes that govern said request. And be it further resolved that the Cook County Board of Commissioners hereby authorizes qualified members of its staff to coordinate with other counties, cities, governments, and agencies to share and publish its GIS data in common formats through common websites and public data portals to increase public awareness of its availability and promote its use. So part of the timeliness of this is we're working with Nick Kuzik to launch a new website, and part of that new website will have more enhanced features related to GIS, including a more prominent open data portal. So it's just sort of a step that goes along with that. So I'm willing to take any questions. Kyle's still here for questions.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. Do we have any questions or comments from commissioners?
Chairman Mills?
Yes, Commissioner Storley.
Thank you. So Rena, it says that service will be available on the newly launched website. So will the general public have to have a topic in order to find information, or will there be a broad information summary that people can then choose to get that information?
Well, it comes in a variety of ways, and I'll let Kyle take this after I take a stab at it. We have a number of apps that are already out there. This information is largely already available. We have a number of apps that are out there that use GIS under our GIS portal already. But this would also be for that broad question, that one-off kind of thing. Somebody's looking for some data to create their own GIS app, or, you know, a big mortgage kind of company wants a bunch of addressing or other kinds of property information for their business needs. Often the people that are looking for it, you give them sort of an open tool where they can't change our data, but they can extract it. They can go in and kind of, you know, do a basic search and get that information. So it's a kind of a combination of both things. Did I butcher that too bad, Kyle?
Not at all. I'll just add that the way the open data portal provides data to users is through sort of themed or categorized parts of government business, you know, be it transportation or land records, environmental data. Those would be, you know, searchable categories, if you will, to see the data listed, and the user could, you know, specifically key in a keyword or subject to hone in on some data too. And this is something that we'll probably add to over time, and we'll start with sort of core county data sets, tax parcel information and road centerline information and commissioner boundaries and voting precincts and the like. And over time, as we see fit and work with other county departments where it makes sense to provide commonly requested data, we'll make that available through the open data portal, and users can find it by searching or filtering through categories.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Starley, any other commissioners have questions or comments? I had a question, and knowing you guys, I'm sure you've worked through this and thought about it, but just and I recognize that it is public data and can be requested. But are there any risks that we needed to consider, or you needed to consider by doing this? Is making this all the more accessible? Does that inherit any risks?
To my knowledge, we're protected by state statute from any liability, provided we include a really basic data disclaimer with our open data portals at sort of that front end into the data.
Yeah, I think because it is public data that we would always have to make it available. This just takes the effort, you know, puts it somewhere else. But I think to Kyle's point, the risk is, let's say somebody makes an app and their app is misleading to somebody else based on our data. That's where the disclaimers come in. We're not responsible for that. So I think that the risk comes from that direction more than the direction of making it available. Also, the way it's served up, they're not going in and changing our data anywhere, and they don't have access. It's just being presented to them. They can't go in and harm our data or, you know, do anything like that. So yeah. I think the risks are pretty minimal, if they're at all.
Great.
You know me, I'm pretty risk aversive, so.
Oh yeah. Very good. Any other questions? I was slowing down, so I threw mine out there. Otherwise, open it up for a motion. Commissioner Sullivan. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sullivan, you're on mute.
I move to approve the open data resolution as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion. Is there support?
Paulson supports.
Thank you, Commissioner Smolson. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote, and excuse my shift in order here as the window is moved around after our break. Commissioner Hawkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Commissioner Swalson.
Aye.
Commissioner Starley.
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Ms. Rogers and Mr. Olberg.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. All right, that brings us down to item 9, land services. Director Tim Nelson is on here, and I'll leave it to you with the first one, item A. Oh, Mr. Yorkie. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Yorkie.
Yes. So I just wanted to acknowledge that Chairman DeShaw from the Grand Portage Tribal Council is with us, and I believe he's here for the presentation of the attorney's agenda item. And I know his calendar is very busy, so I was going to suggest that perhaps we should do the attorney item next.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkie, for bringing that to our attention, and thank you, Chairman DeShaw, for being here. And Mr. Nelson, we're gonna push you off a little bit. Okay, I got a thumbs up there. Thank you for your flexibility. And yes, so we'll skip down to item 10, Attorney Hicken, and our mini training. This is treaties, sovereignty, and related issues for county officials.
Okay, can you all see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay, so I, at your request, commissioners, in individual meetings, I have added a topic to our every other year mini trainings for commissioners. And this topic is treaties and tribal sovereignty, related topics. It's way too brief in time and scope for you to learn everything you should know as local government officials on these topics. But my goal is for each of you to come away with a basic understanding of what tribal sovereignty is, where that notion comes from, what treaties impact the land and people in our county, and how and why that impact is brought about. I'm also touching on some special subject areas, including property taxation, legal and criminal jurisdiction on the reservation, and child welfare, human services response. I really do advise you to seek out other opportunities to learn about these topic areas. And you'll see one of my last slides is a list of resources that I've gathered for you. Those are also going to be emailed out to you along with a PDF of this slideshow. This information is designed for commissioners and not for the legal advice for the general public or any other individual or entity. It's simply a training tool. And I want to start just with a foundation about language. So I think most of us are culturally competent enough to understand that the term Indian is offensive when used by non-Native people to many. And it's inaccurate. Unfortunately, the law, including state law and federal law, still uses that term in legal definitions of Indian child and Indian country, and in the actual titles of federal and state legislation. So I will be using that word today when it's necessary for legal accuracy, but I encourage us all, and I try myself, to kind of understand and acknowledge that people all over the country who have lived here for generations before Europeans came here are diverse and have different names and desire to be called in different ways. And we should always ask the people who we're referring to how they wish to be named. So in this presentation, I'm going to use Grand Portage Band of Chippewa to describe the Anishinaabe Nation on the North Shore and Native people in general, when I can, to describe the various groups of people indigenous to North America. I just want to start by a real brief and basic understanding of who lives here. And you know, I even feel uncomfortable describing this because I don't speak for Grand Portage, but from an outsider's perspective and from a local government perspective, we should understand that the Grand Portage tribal government is an elected body of council members, the Reservation Tribal Council. I'm going to do my best here with the Ojibwe name, Gichi Onigaming is the Ojibwe name for the Grand Portage Reservation, population 684. Grand Portage is part of the Minnesota Chippewa tribe, excuse me, which is a federally recognized tribal government, which also includes the Bois Fort, Fond du Lac, Leech Lake, Mille Lacs, and White Earth reservations. And the Minnesota Chippewa tribe is governed by a constitution and bylaws that covers election rules and authority of the executive committee and membership. So you see an image here from that document. I want to invite Chairman DeShaw and anyone else here who is with the band to jump in anytime, correct me, add what you would like. So let's start with just a brief overview of sovereignty. Sovereignty is not invented by Europeans. Prior to the colonization of America, tribes governed themselves. They practiced intertribal diplomacy. They negotiated government-to-government agreements with other tribes over issues like trade and hunting. So these powers of self-governance and sovereign status weren't fully extinguished when the US established itself as a nation here and then subjected the tribes to federal power. So some sovereignty remains, which I will do my best to describe here. Here are the basic principles. Sovereignty is a special legal status that tribes have, which is derived from their status as sovereign nations. The law finds or interprets a significant geographical component to tribal sovereignty so that a tribe is protected in their retained sovereignty over the tribe's members within the tribe's territory, which is legally defined as reservations. We'll talk about ceded territories later in this presentation. Sovereignty exists such that the tribal government retains the control needed to preserve a tribe's own internal relations, customs, and social order. But Indian tribes are described in the law as quasi-sovereign, meaning they are still incorporated into the United States and they don't have the power to try any non-Indian citizens of the US except to the extent allowed by Congress. What is a treaty? So that was your brief overview of sovereignty. You can see that there's probably more to talk about there, including something I didn't address called sovereign immunity. But I want to move on since we have brief time here to treaties. Just in its basic form, a treaty is a binding agreement between two nations. Prior to colonization, tribes came to binding agreements between themselves. They weren't necessarily written agreements, but that was happening before we came here. When the US Constitution was adopted, it gave exclusive authority to the federal government to make treaties with other nations. So it is only the federal government who ever had the authority to negotiate treaties with sovereign nations and not states. This is a quote from the Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2, which talks about treaties being the supreme law of the land. And how that works out, oops, I don't like my order of slides, so I'm going to skip ahead one more. So what it means that treaties are the supreme law of the land is they're way up there in legal authority, just under the US Constitution, along with acts of Congress, acts of the federal Congress. With less legal authority are state constitutions, then state laws and statutes, and at the very bottom, city and county ordinances. So you can see that the Constitution's decree that they be supreme law is indicated in this model. So Europeans used treaties when they moved into this land to acquire land themselves. French and British colonial officials negotiated written treaties with leaders of tribal nations to acquire land, also to establish peaceful relationships. I've seen in my research the reference to friendships, establishing friendships through treaties. I'm not sure if everyone would agree with that, but that's certainly how it's described. And then certainly Native peoples did have incentive to enter agreements too, to establish peace. And it was also a way to preserve some cultural rights in tribal homelands, which we will talk about when we talk about ceded territory. So there are actually 25 treaties that the United States ratified beginning in 1805 that affect the lands and the peoples in what is now known as the state of Minnesota. Treaty rights are usufructuary. I need to do a little dictionary.com on that to learn how to pronounce it. They're usufructuary rights, which mean they allow for the use of and certain behaviors. They are tribal rights. They are not individual rights. We'll get into that a little bit more. And they are regulated through tribal codes. This map was created by the Minnesota Historical Society, and it's a simple depiction of the various treaties over the years that have impacted lands in what is now known as Minnesota. You can see us up in the Arrowhead region. We are here, the state of Minnesota is here, and the United States has control over this land by way of the 1854 Treaty of La Pointe. And the green areas are Ojibwe reservations, including Grand Portage. So the Treaty of La Pointe, also known as the Treaty of 1854, agreed to cede this territory with this white outline to the United States government. However, reserved for the tribes their inherent rights to hunt, fish, and gather on this land, what they had been using this land for since they moved here. And let's see. It's important to understand that Native people had always had the right to hunt, fish, and gather in these lands, and they negotiated to retain those rights. So if you hear somebody describe 1854 treaty rights as special rights that are for Native people, understand that that's not really an accurate description. These are reserved rights, kind of akin to what the US Constitution refers to as inalienable rights. And I don't know if Jessica Ryan is on the call because I can't see everyone, but Jessica Ryan, tribal attorney, was also invited. And if she's here, I welcome her to go ahead and interrupt anytime if you want to add more detail or correct me. So the 1854 Treaty Authority is a natural resources management commission, which covers that ceded territory from the 1854 Treaty of La Pointe. It's a cooperative effort between the Bois Forte Band and the Grand Portage Band of Chippewa. And it protects and implements the off-reservation hunting, fishing, and gathering rights for the Grand Portage and Bois Forte bands. They have a great website with a lot of material on it, including a lot more thorough information on treaty rights, and of course on protection of natural resources according to those treaty rights. Real briefly, as briefly as I can make it, I want to talk about Public Law 280 in general. We'll get a little bit more specific into criminal jurisdiction, but Public Law 280 is a federal law that was passed in the 50s and has undergone some amendments since then, which gives the state of Minnesota criminal and civil jurisdiction over individual Indians, not tribes, in most Indian lands located within the state's boundaries. It's a federal law. It does not cover only Minnesota. It covers other states. I think Wisconsin is one of them, Michigan, and then California and a few others. Amendments to this federal law did permit states to retrocede or give back jurisdiction to a tribe and to the federal government, so long as the state initiated that retrocession and the federal government approves. This law allows limited civil jurisdiction over state laws of general application, but not laws of local or limited application. This means that for many state laws, although not all, two parties who are tribal members who have a dispute on tribal lands can have that dispute heard in state court. Now, the tribe still may have civil jurisdiction as well over tort, contract, and also concurrent criminal jurisdiction for tribes that have tribal courts, tribal criminal courts. This federal law does not affect the supremacy of federal tribe relationships established by treaty, like the rights to hunt, trap, fish in ceded lands. Remember that a treaty is the supreme law of the land. So Public Law 280 doesn't supersede the treaty. That's a simplified version of the law. And I'm no scholar in this area, so I'm not going to go into further detail. Couple notes on this. Red Lake is excluded from the grant of jurisdiction in Minnesota under Public Law 280. I don't know the history of that. Maybe somebody else does. Since the federal law was passed, a few things have happened. The Bois Forte Reservation retroceded, so the state no longer has jurisdiction in Bois Forte Reservation. It's, I assume it's concurrent federal and tribal jurisdiction. And then after 2010 and the passage of the Tribal Law and Order Act, Mille Lacs and White Earth reservations sought and attained concurrent jurisdiction with federal and state authorities. So in those reservations, depending on the law that you are trying to apply, the state could have jurisdiction, the federal government could have jurisdiction, or the tribe could have jurisdiction, or any mix of those authorities. Public Law 280 is controversial for various reasons. First of all, tribes have argued that this law should have required their approval pursuant to tribal sovereignty because it determines jurisdiction on reservation lands. And states, on the other hand, were upset because the federal government was handing over jurisdiction for criminal and civil matters without providing funding, which is a familiar complaint of states and local governments. And I'll give you some time for questions after this slide. I just want to hit how Public Law 280 most impacts county operations, in my opinion, and that is in enforcing criminal laws on the reservation. This is always a question that people have because how it happens in Minnesota is not necessarily how it happens in the rest of the country. In many states, tribes have criminal jurisdiction, period, on reservations. But in Minnesota, under Public Law 280, the Sheriff's Office in Cook County may enforce criminal and prohibitory laws. In general, this is criminal laws. They include DWI, drug possession, assault, driving after cancellation, IPS. The basic rule is that if the intent of the state law is generally to prohibit certain conduct, then it falls in 280's grant of criminal jurisdiction for the state. State of Minnesota here being represented by local law enforcement. And then on the other side of the equation, the courts have interpreted Public Law 280 to limit civil jurisdiction by the state. And this has created some tests, or the courts have created some tests for us to apply whenever we're considering enforcing laws on the reservation that are more of a civil or regulatory nature. The general rule being that laws that regulate conduct in general permit conduct subject to regulation must be classified as civil or regulatory, and we do not have jurisdiction to go onto the reservation and enforce those laws. So some of the laws that we can't enforce, this is related to tribal members on their own tribal territory, are driving after suspension, no proof of insurance, driving after revocation if the driver's license was revoked because of no proof of insurance, expired registration, no driver's license. You know, these are more regulatory laws, not general criminal laws. Okay, again, this is a vast simplification for saving time. Does anyone have any questions? All right.
Attorney Hicken, yeah, just I see that line down the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fully understand the difference between the two, the regulatory versus prohibitory.
So, if I may, the state court has jurisdiction in the left side of this model, criminal, prohibitory law enforcement. Tribal courts have jurisdiction in the right side of this model, civil regulatory laws. And so whereas somebody is driving without a license off of the reservation, the sheriff's office can pull them over and cite them. The sheriff's office could not do so with a tribe member on the reservation.
Yeah, and I guess my question is probably more just a legal question in general, not so much about tribal sovereignty in this situation, but just the differences between criminal / prohibitory and civil and regulatory, and I can learn about that all day another time.
Well, I can send you a case, or you can look it up yourself. That does a really good job of explaining it. I can't find my citation now, so that's not helpful.
Well, I think it's my lack of experience with the legal system, I think, is where my hurdle is. So please continue.
Yeah, it's complicated for me too. And so I don't ever rely on my own just interpretation of these words. I go into the law and the case law and use kind of a list. Actually, there's a Minnesota House research document that's referenced in our resource slide that lists all of the laws that have been determined criminal prohibitory and all of the laws that have been determined civil regulatory. If it hasn't been addressed by case law, then they have a test for you to run your law through to try to figure it out. But there's there's gray area in a lot of this, which is how lawyers get their jobs, right? Okay, anything else on that before we move on? I just want to touch on a couple other special topics. One of them is property taxation. We're talking about real property. In other words, the land that a house is put onto or a building is put onto. Public Law 280 doesn't allow states or local governments to tax a native person's property which is located on federal trust lands. The courts have said that because Public Law 280 did not specifically give the states that general civil regulatory power, they can't tax property. It also goes back to the fact that land held in trust by the federal government cannot be sold. A person living on that land can't acquire value in their property, sell it, and get the proceeds, which is a whole nother area of discussion. Fee lands, on the other hand, which were brought about by, I think it was the Allotment Act, piece of federal legislation, whether owned by the tribe or an individual member, are generally taxable. We should touch on child protection response too. There are a couple of laws that our social workers need to pay attention to. One is the Indian Child Welfare Act. And then there's the state law that kind of draws attention to and enacts the federal law called Minnesota Indian Family Preservation Act. This law sets up a higher standard for removing children from the home when those children are enrolled members of or are eligible for enrollment in a federally recognized tribe. Social workers have to be more rigorous in their efforts to reunite children with their families. It's called active efforts. This law also requires notice to tribes and to Indian custodians when the county has identified that a child is an enrolled member or eligible for enrollment. And if the county has any reason to believe that a child may be enrolled or eligible for enrollment, they also have an obligation to investigate that, to bring the tribe into. I just want to talk about this image here. Her name is Nookomus Nibe Ikwe, and or grandmother water woman. This is a statue by Anishinaabe artist Dwayne Goodwin, which stands at the University of Morris. University of Minnesota Morris campus has a building on it that was previously used as a boarding school for Indian children. So this statue depicts that time of government-sponsored boarding schools for Native children, which was a government policy that was devastating to families, and was part of the federal policy of assimilation, designed in part to strip children of their Native culture. So I find this statue very moving and very necessary for us to remember that devastating history, which is not that far in the past. There are plenty of people still living today who were taken from their families and put into boarding schools, subject to not just stripping their culture, but also abuse. Final slide, almost. We have an agreed upon protocol between the Grand Portage tribe and Cook County on how social workers do their jobs when they step over the boundary of the reservation. Back in 2001, 2002, county commissioners and the tribal government reached an agreement which added some rules. And that agreement is available in a letter signed by the late Norman DeShaw in 2002. And you should be aware that it exists and that social workers are generally following this. We recently Allison and I shared the document and were able to confirm that. But the basic rules are that if Cook County gets a call about the health, welfare, or safety of any person on the reservation, they need to immediately contact Grand Portage Human Services and make sure that they can be involved whenever a social worker enters the reservation to respond to that call or to follow up. They need to be accompanied by a Grand Portage Human Services representative. And then the agreed upon protocol has a condition for when that representative cannot be reached. So my own thoughts here, I think commissioners should consider what our goals should be as a local government that represents constituents living on the reservation and descendants of the original inhabitants of this land. And, our government is also should be partnering with the sovereign nation of the Grand Portage Chippewa. So what should our goals be? In my opinion, I would suggest that it's our obligation to understand these laws and obviously to follow the laws, which limit our authority, and also respect the history behind them, which I wasn't able to get into very much today. We should be honoring our current commitments as a local government. That includes the Human Services Protocol. That includes our recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day since 2015. And I would argue if we are going to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day and have special rules like the protocol, we should also be considering any specialized impact that our county policies and ordinance may have on people living on the reservation and on members of the Grand Portage Chippewa. And we should always work to gain and build trust with the Grand Portage tribal government. In the end, it will only teach us better how to govern the people in Cook County and serve our entire population. Here are the sources that I used for this presentation. Again, I'm going to send these out by email. There are a ton of good ones in here, including this award-winning newly published book by Stacy Drouillard called A People's History of Chippewa City and Grand Marais Anishinaabe. I've really enjoyed putting this presentation together. I know it was brief. I am working on a more thorough presentation with the assistance of Jessica Ryan, who's an attorney who has worked with the Grand Portage Band. I also want to bring to your attention that starting at 5:30 tonight through Cook County Higher Ed, there is a presentation that is related to these topics. I'm just trying to find my email. I can't find it. Does anyone else know? It's at 5:30, Cook County.
Mr. Yorkie. Yeah, Mr. Yorkie has his hand up.
Yes. So the training is tonight at 5:30 to 7 o'clock. It is about the history of the relationship between the U.S. government and Native tribes in the 20th century and the laws that were put forward to govern those relationships. So it's the fourth in a four-part series on understanding tribal sovereignty, the Treaty of 1854, and reservations, boarding schools, and assimilation.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkie. Thank you, Attorney Hicken. Is there another slide? Is that the last slide?
There's another slide that says thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen right now.
That's what I was going to request. Thank you. Chairman DeShaw, did you want to? I'm inviting you to speak if you'd like to say anything or not. Your choice.
Yeah, I think that's what you would call a very, very brief picture of what Grand Portage is about, what treaties are about. When I was telling John Moran that this was going to be presented today for half an hour, and he just kind of chuckled. He said, "You need days, weeks, months, You know, our history goes back here for thousands and thousands of years. So, you know, and I, on one of Dave's questions about the court system here, we do have a judge, we do have a tribal court. Those things that you've seen on the right side of that thing there, the county can ticket for them. And they are brought to the tribal court and fines are paid or whatever needs to be done. And there's a lot of information there. You know, I got an email from Ryan Erdman the other day there for moving forward with the tribal county training program. And we're just going to it's a work in progress. We're hoping for this fall to have that. We're kind of getting our team together on our side. It'll be myself, April, Tab Johnson, probably Jessica Ryan, Deuce Larson from Lower Sioux, to educate the counties on Indian, Equa, you know, Indian, Native American stuff, I guess. But yeah, I appreciate you putting it on and appreciate everybody sitting through it. It's very important. You know, Grand Portage is a very unique reservation. We own over 97% of the land within our reservation boundaries. That's in trust for the Grand Portage Band. That land will never go anywhere. It'll always be here for the people of Grand Portage. And if you look at other reservations, you know, they're 20-30% ownership. But we take pride in what we've done here in Grand Portage. If there's a piece of property, we try to buy it back and get it in a trust. So it'll always be here. So if anybody, we're on that joint powers group there on the racial equity thing there. If anybody ever wants to have a presentation by Tad Johnson, he's kind of at my disposal. And he puts on a really good presentation, and it's about 2 hours. A few people have seen it before. He points out a lot of things through the whole presentation, kind of where we all started here. And if anybody wants me to do that for that group, just let me know. Or any other group you would like to get together, he's more than willing to do it. And then one of the things, the University of Morris thing there with the boarding school that was there, University of Morris now offers any tribal member, tribal descendant, or come down from the reservation a free education at their college for the misdeeds they've done to Indian country. And we're currently working on that with the Maine U too. There's a grant that's been put out for about $300,000, and we got to kind of tell our story, what the university has done to Grand Portage. You know, we've had bodies dug up here, removed, hauled down to Minneapolis. All their regalia they were buried in is sitting in a Carleton College, I believe is where it's at, or somewhere down there. And we want that returned to us. It needs to get put back where it was and let these people be at peace. So I guess I could go on and on, but I won't. And just thank everybody for listening to Molly today. And we can sharpen up her presentation, baby. So thanks.
Thank you, Chairman DeShaw. And yeah, it was a great presentation that John Moran did that we had on the YouTube, and I feel like we had a pretty good response to that too. And so hopefully we can coordinate something with you say Tad Johnson? Yeah, something. I mean, I don't know if that's clearly it's not the preferred format, but I don't know if that's an option at this point. But that would be wonderful, and really appreciate you being here and speaking with us today too, on just all your work that you do and have done in the past. So, any? Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, I guess I'll add. I believe you guys were going to appoint the Passion Committee today, and I know John Moran put in for that. John is a very good fit. He'll educate the group on what Chippewa City was about. John's mother was born in Chippewa City, so he has strong ties to that land. And I guess I'll let the county board know and whoever that Grand Portage has put in a request to MnDOT for that property to be put in trust for Grand Portage. And it's a process, but I met with Commissioner Anderson Kelleher and Dwayne Hill 2 weeks ago, and I did put in that formal request for that property. So once it'll be in Grand Portage Trust, it'll be there forever for the Grand Portage people and whoever else. So.
But that's big news, and thank you for sharing that. And it's very exciting. Well, I guess we'll see how that process goes. I have no idea what's involved there, but that's very exciting. Any questions for Attorney Hicken from commissioners, or I guess for Chairman DeShaw if he's willing? Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you. I really appreciated this information, and I have a page and a half of notes here of like, oh, I want to learn about that. So thank you for doing this. I'm wondering if we as a county board could go to Grand Portage and have a meeting with the tribal council so that I can learn more about the things on my list here. I would just like to make that suggestion that after it's safe for us to meet in person, I just think I would love to do that.
That can happen anytime our conference center is set up for social distancing. You get your temperature taken when you walk into the building, go through a list of questions. We're set up with Zoom, a huge room. So anytime you would like to do that, just let me know and we can make it happen.
Thank you. An excellent suggestion, Commissioner Hawkins. I think we've tried to work in that direction with this with the group formerly known as the Joint Powers Group, now the Community Leadership Group. But just the whole vaccination rollout and coordination and COVID. But I know Chairman DeShaw has made that clear that there are options for us to socially distance and to do that safely up there. So I appreciate you pointing that out and your interest, Commissioner Hawkins. Commissioner Sullivan, you also had your hand up.
I was just going to add that the ISD 166 school board has had meetings in Grand Portage, and it has helped that group to gain new perspective and hear new voices. And I would strongly encourage us to follow through and spend some time. It will enlighten us and help us to be all better people.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Any other questions for Attorney Hicken or Chairman DeShaw? All right. Well, yeah, very, very brief, but much appreciated. And I think we're all certainly interested in learning more, and we'll continue our education and build strong relationships as we go. So thank you.
Yep, thank you for inviting me. I'll have a good day.
You too, thank you. Now, I see Mr. Nelson, but should we just go on to the auditor?
Sure, why not?
No, thank you, Mr. Nelson, for being flexible there, and I really wanted to respect Chairman DeShaw's time, and it is limited, the time you can spend with us, and so I appreciate Attorney Hicken doing the presentation and your flexibility, and we can move on to your items in the agenda. That would be 9 and 9A is the first one. That's the proposed vacation rental and sign ordinance amendments.
Okay, thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair, and rest of the commissioners and everyone else. Yeah, that I just got to say that was a really good presentation, and I think rather timely given some of the materials that we'll be talking about later today as well in my materials. And I find it difficult to go from that to transition into dry talk about ordinance language, but I'll try to keep it pertinent and interesting and such. There actually is a lot of information here, and in the interest of time that we have going, I'm kind of hoping that we can get through this stuff. I arranged the proposed amendments in starting off with little bites and going on to things that might take a little bit more of a discussion. I included the information on there, and you know, we did have all of this already discussed in a few hours of public hearing at the Planning Commission. Unfortunately, all of the recommendations come as a fully unanimous recommendations from the Planning Commission. So I'll just go ahead and start with the first two. I included the first two together, which are proposed amendments to the vacation rental ordinance and to the sign ordinance. And the vacation rental ordinance was just an elimination of the prorating of the fee. The fee for the license is only $200, and we found it very problematic to administer the quarterly prorating. And the prorating really only applied to a business's or your vacation rental's first year of operation anyway. And so we kind of found that it was, from an administrative standpoint, very difficult to administer within the digital or electronic software that we have, and also it kind of encouraged people to not report that they were even doing it in hopes of getting a lesser fee later on down the road. So the recommendation was to just go ahead and eliminate that fee, and just everybody pays the license fee, the same $200 license fee as it is. And the second request or proposed amendment in this item A is for the sign ordinance, and this is in discussions with the county attorney, just kind of getting clarification that the sign ordinance really is not meant to regulate non-commercial speech, that it is meant only to regulate commercial speech. There had been some discussions and some confusion as when it came to elections and election signs and timing. And so this proposed language basically just removes the concept that it's not dealing with political speech. And it actually also defers to the state statute with regards to the timing as to when the signs go up and when they can come down as far as political campaigns and such. And so I'll just report that, yeah, at the public hearing, we had no members of the public come in to make any comments on that. Any questions that we had with the Planning Commission were just questions of clarification, and they went ahead and recommended unanimously to go ahead and adopt the proposed amendments as submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Sullivan?
I just wanted to say that having dealt with a lot of questions that were directed towards me following campaigning last fall, and Stacy, that's probably why your hand went up as well. I really appreciate the changes here and the amendments, and will make it a lot more clear to our public as to what can be done with commercial signs versus campaign signs. So I am very thankful for the good work that's been done. And I also attended the meeting that the Planning Commission looked at and examined all of the proposed amendments, both to vacation rental and sign ordinances. Good questions, good conversation, and I feel really confident in their unanimous recommendations here.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Commissioner Hawkins, you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just rather confused, maybe reading this language here about non-commercial sign sizes and days displayed. Well, you know, it states a time period, and I'm wondering about, okay, the non-commercial signs that are not election signs. Are we gonna go around and count how many signs and when they're displayed on people's properties? Is that what the intent here was?
No, the intent was to clarify that, well, there's two points of clarification on here, that the sign ordinance in and of itself is strictly for commercial speech. It is not for private or non-commercial speech. And the second one is with regards to the political signs, we defer to the Minnesota state statute. They're the ones that have the timelines on that. We basically, if you see the language we have, it's crossed out. So the red cross out of the language with regards to number of days and everything is actually being removed from the ordinance. So the way that all of this language is structured, anything in red that's crossed out is taken out, and anything blue and underlined is added into. So basically it's just becoming more, it more recognizes the fact that the ordinance really is only for commercial signs and not non-commercial, which campaign signs are included in on non-commercial signs. And no, we won't be going out in timeframes and looking for those signs. There's plenty on our plates already to have to be doing anything like that.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins, for the questions. Any further questions? Any further comments? Hearing or seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I will make that motion to approve the vacation changes to the vacation rental sign ordinance.
Thank you, Commissioner Salson. We have a motion. Is there support? Commissioner Sullivan?
Sullivan supports.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Salson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval of vacation rental and sign ordinance amendments. Item 9B, proposed WECS ordinance adoption. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one, just to give a little bit of the history on this, this basically proposed language is language that was already adopted into ordinance form back in 2001. What we did at that time is we had just a generic tower facility ordinance, which included both wireless telecommunications towers and wind towers. And a few years back, the MIS director requested that we just go ahead and separate those out because wanted to deal strictly with wireless telecommunication issues and keep that as its own ordinance. And then we did that with the intent of just separating it out and creating another standalone ordinance for the wind energy conversion systems towers. And that's what this move is that we did already pull that language out and created a wireless telecommunications tower ordinance. This step here is actually putting language back into its own standalone ordinance for the wind energy conversion systems towers. Basically it's the same language. We're putting it back in and actually reached out to Arrowhead Electric to see if they had any specific comments with regards to the energy, because if it comes to commercial towers or so, there's always that interconnectivity with the electrical grid and such. And we only got some minor kind of comments, not really, there wasn't any comments to share as far as public comments from Arrowhead Electric, just recognizing the fact that, yeah, okay, and if there are any issues coming up in the future, we will deal with those one property at a time. And, frankly, the only changes, what we actually did do is change the height on it to bring the requirements more in line with the rest of the zoning ordinance. Our zoning ordinance requires land use permits for structures, and the height limitation for a structure is 35 feet. So we basically established a land use permit up to 35 feet, and then over 35 feet, since 35 feet in our county, anywhere in our county is actually the height limitation. So anything over 35 feet requires a variance, but we are putting that into the category of a conditional use permit. So anything, it's a land use permit up to 35 feet, from 35 feet up to 199 feet is a conditional use permit. And then, so each property can be dealt with and each proposal can be dealt with individually. And then over 199 feet and above, that's that FAA limit where lighting is then required. And so we put that as a max, but of course, with anything, with any of the ordinance provisions, if there is some sort of commercial request to go above 199 feet, that can be considered under a variance and a conditional use permit request. So those are the only changes to the language that had already been codified by the board and been in ordinance form from 2001 up until 2018. And so now we're just putting it back into ordinance form. And again, this was discussed at the Planning Commission level. There were no public comments submitted with regards to any of the language, and the vote recommendation from the Planning Commission was unanimously in favor of adopting the language submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. So just to be clear, a space elevator would be, that would require lighting from the FAA and whatnot?
Only if it's over 200 feet.
Well, they get to space, yes. Okay, very good. Thank you for that explanation. And any questions, any real questions or comments for Mr. Nelson? Yeah, Commissioner Hawkins.
I hope it's a real question. I'm curious to know how many are currently in our county and if any got put into place in between this lapse of 2018 to now.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hawkins, that's actually a good question, because it almost seems like every time we introduce an ordinance dealing with an issue like with the wireless telecommunications, that was a real issue. There was a lot of talk about a string of towers going from Duluth to Thunder Bay, and so we put together an ordinance real quick, and then we didn't get that. We didn't get that build out. And we even had tower representatives speaking to, working with us for those provisions and such. It's almost the same with the wind ordinance or the wind WECs, the wind energy conversion systems. Yes, there are some systems that are out there. There have been some systems that have come and gone because technologically they just didn't work very well. We had a commissioner back at the time when we put this on that actually was in support of having wind towers along the ridgeline of the Sawtooth Mountains here, because there's a lot of wind that kind of blows out through there. And so there was interest. We have been approached by some representatives of wind energy conversion system towers that promoted certain kinds, and that kind of affected some of the language that went in there to be able to govern that. But as of this time, we have not and had not issued any permits. Now, I will say that at the same time that I say this now, just within the last 4 months, we have had some folks bringing up concerns about hearing other people wanting to put the specific wind generators right up along a shoreline or something like that of a particular lake. So that we have received a few phone calls within the last 4 months of people getting that interest in there. So hope that answers that real question.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, because I thought I saw one someplace, and I'm just wondering, are we grandfathering in whatever's presently there, or are we going to make them go back and get a permit? I'm just curious.
Yes, and Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hawkins, when we introduced or passed the first version of it, there were some wind towers that were already in the county, and anything that's already pre-existing is considered to be a legal nonconformity if it is even non-conforming. The ones that were actually in place at the time that we adopted it were not non-conforming relative to the standards that we adopted. So there were no issues with that. I do know of one, there was one over by Tofty that since has come down in between the time that we first adopted it until now. And so in between that time that we adopted the first one and then let it go in 2018, anything that would have been put in at that time would have just been put in permitted, and that would be allowed to stay in perpetuity as it is. And then in between that time, we haven't, from the time that we eliminated those standards, pulled them out, and then now to put them back into ordinance form, we hadn't had any requests for wind towers.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins, for the good questions. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, hearing none, I entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the wind energy conversion standard as proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner Saulson. We have a motion. Is there support? Commissioner Hawkins?
I'll support.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Saulson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. You have a unanimous approval. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Nelson. Moving on to item 9C.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's actually quite a bit more information involved in item C in the zoning ordinance. What we've been going through is basically we've had a lot of requests over the years to provide clarification or to update or to modernize certain things. So a lot of the changes that you see in the zoning ordinance are really their housekeeping or their clarifications of practices that have been done for the last 20 to 30 years, and it's just being codified going in. There are some new things. I do have, I mean, if you want to go through it, I do have a PowerPoint to go through those points. But like I said, it took a few hours to go through it at the public hearing. There's just a lot of information. But I will say it looks like there's more changes than there are. And there are changes to 5 different sections or articles. We have changes to the Article 5, 7, 8, 9, and 16. And what is actually the biggest change is really just a cut and paste of provisions from Article 7 into Article 5. And Cook County, we basically do our zoning. Our zoning is countywide. And some counties only do shoreland management zoning. And so we do have those 2 sections or provisions, but the erosion, hazard, and stormwater, those types of provisions, grading and filling, have always been regulated countywide. They've been placed in Article 7, and this is just actually just taking it out of Article 7 and appropriately putting it into Article 5. So there's no question of placement and effectiveness of that language. That it is countywide and reflects the fact that, well, almost all of our county shoreland anyway, just because of the amount of water that we have here anyway. But that's why that we went with the countywide zoning to begin with. And the other big change is actually a change, and that is the removal of the shallow soils provisions out of Article 7, and that's out of the bluff development areas. And frankly, that was done based off of some cases that had come up, and it was found that our ordinance had lesser restrictions or lesser standards than what the state minimum required standards are, and which is fine if the state approves that to happen. But the one thing that we were missing this whole time, and it really hadn't become apparent until the most recent case that we had come up, there's no criteria or protocols or anything supporting those lesser standards. And so legally defendable, they're very, very difficult to have in there. And there are no other counties in the state that have that. And frankly, the way that we had managed those issues before in the past was through individual variances anyway. And so we have been able to deal with those issues in bluff zones, but have done so on a case-by-case, property-by property, since all property is pretty unique here in the county, off of individual requests with variances, as opposed to the generalized shallow soils provision that had been in Article 7, and it was even recommended by the specialized land use attorney that we kind of retained through the Minnesota Counties Intergovernmental Trust to remove that. Either remove it or improve it by putting more specific criteria, protocols, and standards associated with it, and then running it through the DNR, since they're the ones that have to approve if we have lesser standards than the state standards anyway. So those are just recommended to be approval. And I would say that probably got some of the most amount of discussion in our Planning Commission public hearing. And that's why we did have one list of public comment. I would say that you have the public comment that have been submitted, and that was submitted by folks that were involved in that last case. They were able to actually take advantage of that shallow soils provision to it. And so, they wrote and spoke in favor of that. And it's really not a bad thing, but it's just the fact that we just don't have enough criteria, protocols, and everything, like I said, just to actually support having those alternative type standards from the state or lesser standards. So that's the only public that we did receive on any of the provisions, any of the recommended modifications or proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. And frankly, like I said, if you wanted to, we could go through the PowerPoint. It wouldn't be near as interesting as the county attorney's previous PowerPoint, I guarantee you that. But I'm certainly happy to answer any questions. And again, the Planning Commission did go ahead and unanimously recommended in favor of adopting the amendments as proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. It is a tempting offer. We'll see where the board lands on that. Any questions, comments, concerns for Mr. Nelson or this item? I see none and I hear none. So I guess at this point we're not going to take you up on the offer, but
darn.
But it's not a closed thing, so maybe we'll come back to that. I'll open it up for a motion.
I motion to approve.
Commissioner Saulson, we have a motion. Is there support? Commissioner Sullivan?
I second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and support. Any discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Saulson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well for unanimous approval, matching the Planning Commission's unanimous approval. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Nelson. Moving on to item 9D is the Passion Pit Advisory Committee formation.
Okay, again, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, in the light of Tribal Chair DeShaw's announcement of that, this is actually a very pertinent discussion that I believe we'll have. But I'll say the last direction that I had received from the board was to go ahead and post out for applicants, anybody that wanted to apply to be on an advisory committee. We had developed out the numbers of membership, leaving it to basically 7 members from the public. That would include one from Grand Portage, one as a descendant from the Chippewa City descendants, families. And then the other 5 would be a combination of those that would be closely living in close proximity or the immediate area along the Old Shore Road, so to speak, of the area, and then some as the community at large. We received 21 very good, very solid application. It was really good to see that. And we actually did receive applications in representation of both the Grand Portage, as the tribal chair indicated, and also from the Chippewa City family descendants. We received that. We met as a review and selection panel and had a very good discussion in terms of trying to garner up the best kind of balance that we could with regards to getting people right there that lived at the property. I mean, it's difficult. We certainly look at that list, and any number of the folks would be good additions to that list, and would certainly would encourage anybody who had wanted to get on that list or participate in the process, I mean, to go ahead and participate in the meetings. I imagine we're going to have a real public dialogue on this, and so we developed down to this committee that that I included in with the packet, specifically looking at John Moran as the Grand Portage representative, Stacy Gillard as the Chippewa City descendant, and then from the immediate area we saw Dave Homiak as an adjacent property owner. Tim Witzman is another adjacent property owner just to the north. That's between that MnDOT property and adjacent to the Chippewa City Church area. And then included Margaret Hedstrom, Maria Burnett, and Tyson Smith as on that list as well. And so at this point, we have not received any membership from, because we decided to go ahead and let each of the other entities determine who they wanted to represent them, like the Historical Society, City of Grand Marais, Parks and Trails Commissions, and of course the Board of Commissioners. We did receive the name of Myron Bersheim from the Historical Society. Parks and Trails Commission is David Rawl, and we were still waiting to hear as of this point as far as the City of Grand Marais. And I suppose with this new development in terms of the Grand Portage putting in for that, we would be looking for kind of direction then, I guess, as far as the discussion of the committee. I mean, we could always still talk about, regardless of how that property would end up, we would still come out, I believe, through this process with the recommendation of whether the property should remain in public hands, be it in the county hands or the tribal hands, and then kind of a visioning out of what the use that recommendation or that committee would recommend be looked at into the future. And so I kind of still see this as a viable committee to have, and would be able to provide some good input regardless of the disposition of the property ultimately from MnDOT.
Mr. Yorkie.
I just wanted to add the selection of the City of Grand Marais representative is on the City Council Board agenda for tomorrow evening. So we'll know by then who their designee is. The other thing I wanted to mention is I agree that even with the Grand Portage Tribal Council having contacted MnDOT regarding putting that land in trust for the tribe, which I think is a great step potentially. I think there's still value in having this community conversation about the property, and there are certainly some short-term issues that still need to be addressed. So regardless of how that process between the tribal council and MnDOT goes, I think there's still a lot of issues that we need to discuss. And as Director Nelson said, you know, this could, I think this could feed into whatever the tribal council decides to do. If they do in fact get that property, just having some input from the community, I think could be beneficial to them. So.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkie, and thank you, Mr. Nelson. Commissioner Sullivan.
I just would like to echo what Administrator Yorkie just said. It's important that we continue this group and have say in the process. I think it's very important in the short term for the property owners in the area that we put into place some services that are provided and figure out how we're going to keep that property and maintain that property over the summer. And until MnDOT does make a decision on the disposition of the property. But I also believe the group can be supportive to Grand Portage and go through a process of listening to the public and gaining and gathering information so that we make a good decision and are working together. So I really hope that this group will move forward and do good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Any questions for Mr. Nelson or further comments? One thing we're going to need to decide here is, well, I mean, at this point we're continuing on. That is the last decision of the board to this point, even with the news from Chairman DeShaw. But a decision we need to make is which commissioner would be the representative on this committee. So I guess the first thing I would do is just field interest on who would like to serve. And Commissioner Sullivan?
I am interested and in fact had turned in an application to Land Services to indicate my interest.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners interested in filling this role? I would have interest, but I don't see a need for I would be very willing to have Commissioner Sullivan be a representative. So thank you for stepping up there, Commissioner Sullivan, and I guess we would just entertain a motion here to approve this committee with that space being filled or being open for the city yet.
I would like to make that motion that we approve the committee with Commissioner Sullivan as the commissioner assigned.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. And we have support.
Storley, support.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. Mr. Yorkie, I saw you had your hand raised.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to ask if this this action can include whatever the city's recommendation is in terms of its appointee. So in other words, we don't come back a second time to approve the addition of that member. Is that how we're doing this?
Okay. I saw visual indication from Commissioner Swalson, and just so we can get audio as well.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with that, with Administrator Yorkie's recommendation that it also include the inclusion of the person put forward by the city.
Thank you, Commissioner Swalson. And Commissioner Storley, you had the support there. Is that agreeable, or also your intention with your support?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. Any further discussion? I see none and I hear none, so I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Swalson?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well, so we have unanimous approval of this committee makeup with the city's selection included. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to indicate that I will go ahead and notify everybody on the list who had submitted applications for that and start to arrange for an initial meeting. And I'll just send out a poll to try to get that going. My understanding when we had created the committee that it was going to be for a period no longer than 12 months from the time of the first meeting. And so I just wanted to put that out there and let everybody know that I will be going ahead and trying to get that first meeting scheduled then.
Thank you.
Very good. Well, I believe that's the end of the land services section. And I guess it's 11:28. I would ask for another 5-minute break if that's all right. Potentially the last break here. We can meet again at, well, let's just call it 11:35. one more minute here. All right, it's 11:35. Commissioner Storley, are you back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Powers, you are here. Attorney Hicken, are you here as well? Perhaps not yet. Well, we'll see if we need Attorney Hicken's assistance here, but I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Powers, for item 11A is the first one, and that's the Matisse Revolving Loan Fund application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a request from Revolving Loan Fund from Seraphine Matisse. It's a request for a $75,000 loan for purchase of land and construction of 2 small rental homes with a first mortgage to Cook County on the business property, including workforce housing covenants. So we met on March 24th with Seraphine. She had expressed her purpose in a letter to us as helping to alleviate the workforce housing shortage. The other part obviously was a business purpose for herself. So she presented it as purchasing that property. It's a property she used to own. She has to tear down an old building and building 2 then 640 square foot modular homes for that affordable housing rental. The committee expressed the desire, meeting her request to alleviate the housing shortage by making them workforce housing. And she did agree to some restrictions that we would put in on the approval of this. And I put in some suggested restrictions, a set of covenants. Those come from the One Roof Housing Project from 2018 that we bonded for 16 units in Lutsen. So they had, I think One Roof themselves probably brought forth those because they do that type of work. And so that's where those covenants come from that you see in the packet. And we actually took out some of the restrictive elements and simplified it a little bit based on what the EDA has done and recommended for themselves, pulling some of the more restrictive elements on someone may happen to own another piece of property in the county, for example, and just pulling that out, not wanting to make it too restrictive. So, so that's the basic request, and I would just ask for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. We have any questions, comments, concerns from commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Storley.
Brady, where is this property located?
This is on County Road 6. If you take the left on the double track road off the Gunflint, there's a big curve about 3/4 of a mile. If you go straight ahead, that's County Road 6. And it might be a 1/4 mile, 1/2 mile down that road on the north side.
And is this property then equipped with septic and well and all that for these 2?
It is. And She lived there herself. She owned that property at one time and lived there. And she's talked with zoning, and the well can serve the two properties, and so can the basic septic. They just need to do the hookups. But basically, she has, and she confirmed with zoning that you know, the zoning allows for this use also. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley, for the question. Thank you, Mr. Powers. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Well, we all know how important and how much housing is needed here for our workforce. So I very hopeful for this business venture to be successful, to help address that. Every little bit helps.
Yeah, I should say that the vote was unanimous of the committee for approval.
Thank you. All right. Well, I don't see any other questions from commissioners, so I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Hawkins?
Make the motion to approve the loan to Seraphine Metis for $75,000.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion. Is there support? Commissioner Sullivan?
I second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Commissioner Swanson, I saw your hand up. Was that for support? Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask for a statement that it includes the workforce covenants?
Yes, for workforce housing.
Absolutely. Workforce housing.
Okay, so we have that confirmed by the motion maker and the support.
Thank you.
Any further discussion here? I see none and I hear none, so I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Swalson?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. You have unanimous approval from the Board of Commissioners as well. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Powers. Moving on to item 11B, the USIM revolving loan fund application.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I see Katie Usen is here and Pat Campanero from the committee. So if there are any questions that I don't answer, they are here to offer answers and support. So
thank you.
I'll just start with the recommendation is to approve a $62,250 loan to Katie Usen for a sauna business with a personal guarantee by the owners, she and her husband, a guarantee by the business that they own, the LLC, and a $50,000 personal guarantee by Katie Usen's parents. This motion should include a withdrawal of her original $125,000 loan to Katie Usen, which was approved by this board on January 26, 2021. So I think you could do that all in one motion to approve this one and withdraw the previous motion. So the approval of the 62,250 is of course contingent on the applicant securing all city approvals for building and occupancy, and I believe she has secured most, if not all, of what she needs on that score. But before anything would be signed, we would verify those, of course. So a little background on that, if you remember, on the January approval, it was a much larger request for $125,000. and it included the lake bank, and it included that the house itself would be renovated for vacation rental. And she's scaled back the project considerably, did not pursue the lake bank funding ultimately, got a loan from a local bank, has already purchased the property. They intend to live in the house for the time being, and then develop the carriage house as the reception area, the lounge, etc., for the sauna business, and then take the fish house and then renovate that into 2 saunas, and not start out with purchasing a movable sauna, which was on the original plan. So a scaled back plan, which the county under this plan, since the land and everything is already purchased, the committee decided that the proper thing would be for us just to cover the cost of the building renovations and equipment, et cetera. And that's where the $62,250 comes from. It covers the construction and any equipment, et cetera. The collateral then is the personal guarantees, which were there originally from the owner, her husband, from the business itself, which is collateralizing the entire loan, and then still asking for $50,000 from her parents, which the reasoning there is that the bank was no longer there, and we rely on the bank's analysis of risk largely, especially with a new business. And given that they were not involved anymore, the committee felt that they wanted that extra guarantee. And with that, the committee voted. It was a split decision on this one, with 4 voting aye and 2 voting nay. And they may or may not speak to that today, but I think to speak for that, I think some of it was the newness of the building, or of the project, the type of project in Cook County with a sauna business, kind of a standalone sauna business, and that there wasn't a vacation rental as part of it, which is a well understood type of business. It provides a lot of funding. So just a little, I think just an understandable conservatism over it, and then 4 others who felt it was worth going forward. So that's the question going forward for you. Any questions that I can answer, or that Pat or Katie might be able to help with?
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Commissioners, any questions, comments, concerns? Crickets. Only comments I have is I had, and this is history now. I had concerns with the previous request using the funds towards what was largely vacation rental business. It also includes the sauna rental business. And now with the change here, I think there's I echo maybe concerns of the revolving loan committee about it being new, and you know, the vacation rentals a little bit more guaranteed of a home run there, but I want to support new businesses, and that's what the revolving loan fund is for, is to help where traditional funding methods may not. So I'm you know, concerned about it being new, but I want to support it. So, and I appreciate Ms. Usom's flexibility in changing direction as need be, because that's what it takes for business, and that's what it takes in Cook County as well. So I don't have any specific concerns about this request, and in general, pretty supportive. Commissioner Swanson.
I have a question for Katie. When you put together your business plan and business model, did you have a similar business that you were able to garner any information from to bring to bear that would be useful to share with the
Yes, we do have two great examples in Northeast Minnesota of sauna businesses. One being a steam bath in Ely that's been around for many years. And then the other more recent and more directly relevant model would be Cedar and Stone, which is a sauna experience business based in Duluth. They've been around for several years now and have gotten actually quite a bit of attention in media locally and around the state. They are based in the Canal Park area of Duluth, and they run a similar kind of experience for people to come in, whether they're local residents and they come on a regular basis, or they're tourists who are staying in town and looking for something new to do, kind of sharing the experience of sauna, which is, you know, just integral to a lot of Scandinavian and Nordic cultures, and something that there's a lot of on the North Shore. And it's something that's for people who have a lot of experience or people who have no experience and are looking for something new and fun to do when they're in town. Whether they love to hike and fish and ski and they want to do this afterwards, or if they're part of the group that likes to you know, sit in front of the fire and read a book, and this is a new opportunity to do something in Grand Marais. I'm really excited to support the community, both local residents and our visitors.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commissioners? I see none and I hear none, and so I'll open it up for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Storley.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the 62,250 revolving loan fund to Katie Usrum for a sauna business.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We have a motion. Is there support?
I will support. I believe we needed to also make the motion to previous amount, correct?
Yeah, if you
Correct,
could.
yes. To withdraw the $125,000 loan previously asked for.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley, and Swanson seconds.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and support. Mr. Powers, is that intention and language clear for you?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I just want to say thank you to the committee. We really appreciate it. Commissioners and the revolving loan committee.
Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Swanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval. Thank you very much, commissioners, and Mr. Powers, and Ms. Usum, and Ms. Campanero for being here. Otherwise, we're moving on to item 11C. Mr. Powers.
Thank you. This is a request by actually bank for one of our loans. This is the 47 North 90 West Enterprises. This is Steve Sturbaugh and Mike Larson that got a loan from us in 2017. It used to be the North Shore building, which they remodeled, made it commercial and rental, etc. To ask for a subordination is not unusual. It doesn't happen real often, but typically somebody wants to refinance because there's lower interest rates. And to do that, under recording laws, you come in behind the loans that are already there, even though you were ahead of them initially. So you have to get approval of those that were behind you. That will they be behind you after the refinance? So typically it's a very simple thing. This one's a little bit different in that they weren't just refinancing for interest rates, but they wanted additional money that they're putting back into the building. So they're asking for to subordinate to a $580,000 loan, where originally it was $500,000. So we analyzed it, and originally it was a $400,000 loan that we were behind with Grand Marais State Bank, but the value was $580,000 at that time. And so our loan of $75,000 had about 2.5 times coverage, the difference between $580,000 value and $400,000 loan. Now they're increasing this loan by $80,000, but the value now under appraisal is $725,000. And when you subtract the loan, our coverage is now about a little over 3% because the value has increased significantly. Plus, you can anticipate the value going up again because they're plowing the $80,000 back into the building. So you combine that with the fact that they make all their payments on time and they have a strong financial statement, and I think we feel strongly in making this request that you accept and approve the subordination agreement so that they can go forward with their loan.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Any questions from commissioners? Questions, comments, concerns? I see none. I hear none. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the subordination agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner Swanson. We have a motion. Is there support?
Sullivan support.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Swanson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval for this request. Thank you very much, commissioners, and Mr. Powers.
Thank you.
All right, that moves us down to item 12, Administrator. And we've got some updates and some action as well. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Yorkie.
Right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sullivan.
Did we want to have Mr. Thompson provide his update at this time?
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Originally, my intention was to include Assessor Thompson in the update portion, but it looks like it's kind of, there's updates and an action mixed in the administrator portion. So I had intended to put it just before our commissioner updates, but
okay.
I'm flexible and open and look to Mr. Yorkie if he would prefer to take care of some action first or updates. looks like Mr. Thompson is here and available. Is that pointing to Mr. Yorkie? Is that?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, I have no preference. If Bob wants to go ahead at this point, I'm good with that.
Well, it looked like he was pointing to you.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I thought he might want to go first, but that's great. Thank you, Bob.
Okay. Thank you both.
Yeah. So the first thing under my section, wanted to talk a little bit about next steps in regard to the building funds. So we had the committee of the whole meeting on buildings last month, and there were some recommendations that came out of that. The first of which was to do some building tours, which we did Thursday last week. And I want to thank the commissioners for all being present for that. And it was really nice to see you all in person, really enjoyed that. And look forward to being able to do more of that as time goes on. But I did want to first, since we didn't really have an opportunity to debrief on the visits, I was hoping to get commissioner feedback on what you all saw on the tour and kind of what your thoughts are, how what you saw on Thursday maybe changed your impressions about where we are in terms of our buildings.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Yorkie. I won't go first. Well, I could go first if no one else steps up, but I open it to other commissioners first. Commissioner Swalson.
Sure, I'll go first. It confirmed many of the things that I had believed that we had, based on hearing the discussions earlier about the repairs, sometimes emergent repairs on boilers and different things like this. It confirmed the need that we have to prioritize and put those types of things for our building maintenance and upkeep, and also the state of the, I think they call it cold storage at the highway department, gave me a better understanding and sense of some of the buildings that we have that need replacement along those lines. And my thought was that it goes along the lines of what we were doing with the highways, bridges, equipment, and then to bring the building aspects in to the overall plan of the capital planning going forward. I think our challenge will be, because you look at all of these and they all appear very worthy of that capital investment, but our challenge is going to be how we view that from a prioritization aspect. And
thank you, Commissioner Swalson. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Swalson. We have a lot of work to do. But I really do appreciate the opportunity to see firsthand what is being talked about. I'm more of a visual learner, and so I really think I gained a better perspective of what the challenges that are lying before us right now. So I look forward to working with the commissioners on how to figure this out.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Commissioner Sullivan, would you like to share any insights or thoughts you had in summary?
I would just say it really confirmed much of what I had seen already, and then some areas of our facilities that were new to me. And I'm very concerned that we take good, thoughtful measures to prioritize all the needs that we have. We certainly have buildings that are ready to be torn down, or maybe we could just push them down with one good shove. But we also have working conditions that I was very concerned about when I looked at our employees, for example, at the recycle center and the extreme cold conditions that they have to work under. So it was very good to see everything, take good notes, have conversation, and I really appreciate Brian Silence being with us on those tours to explain the mechanical background, the electrical needs, things that were certainly beyond my understanding. And so I want to thank him greatly for providing that insight for our group.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Commissioner Storley, is there some insights or summaries you'd like to share?
I have 6 pages. Where do I start? You know, it was very insightful, and I agree with everybody's comments. To walk into a bathroom where they're using the bathroom for, you know, storage and just air exchanging, and storage is the big word for me, and to be aware of working conditions in general, tightness of offices and how to deal with that. And, you know, it's just, well, my pages just go on and on. But anyway, I appreciate there again, everybody coming, and yes, and for Brian to accompany us, and everybody had a good sense of what they wanted to show us. And we got to peek behind the curtain to see what really is going on. And so I think we have a big order ahead of us, but I think we can all come up with some good recommendations.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. Yeah, and I'd echo you all as well. I guess one of the bigger takeaways for me was less about the facilities themselves and more about the different ways people learn and understand. For myself, looking at a picture or having someone explain the situation to me is adequate. Certainly seeing it adds to that understanding. But for other commissioners, seeing is really crucial for their understanding, and that's just a difference in how people work, and that's really important to recognize, that we do have these differences in how we approach things, how we're going to see them, and how we'd like to move forward. And so that was a really good takeaway for me, as well as just hearing the different feedbacks that we've all been getting from our different circles in the public. That's really important to hear that and make sure our circles intersect, and so we can come to a common understanding. And one of the other things that was brought to my mind was just about what our role is as a commissioner, as commissioners, as a board of commissioners. At what level are we working at? Are we going to be deciding how things are stored or where they're stored? Or are we going to be determining what level of support we give to staff to make those decisions? And so I appreciate all those details greatly, but I want to do everything I can to keep us at that higher level, to really work with and develop systems to ensure the continuity of good organizational structure, and just have the resources available. And so we all come from different backgrounds here, and we all have strengths that we can use to leverage in this process, and varying degrees of expertise or ways of learning. And so just working all that into this process, I think, is going to be the most exciting part for me. But I think it was an excellent team building exercise as well, both as a board as well as with staff, and it was just really, really nice. And I really want to give a shout out to Brian Silence for the work that he's done for so many years, doing everything he can to keep all these things working as well as they are, and just, you know, he's had to do this with pretty severe restrictions, whether they be financial or just staff resources or what have you, and all the changes that have occurred in our organization during that time as well. It's quite the juggling act, and really want to applaud him for his efforts, and it's really impressive what he's been able to do, and really look forward to his expertise as we move forward too with prioritizing and determining what level we're going to operate at. So I also want to give a particular thanks to Commissioner Swalson for suggesting that we all tour these buildings. I think we all wanted to, but Commissioner Swalson did bring it to Mr. Yorkey's attention, and then the ball got rolling that way. So I want to thank you for that. It was a wonderful suggestion, and want to encourage any other commissioners with similar suggestions. Commissioner Hawkins suggested there's other buildings as well besides the ones we toured, and I think that's a very strong point, that we got, you know, maybe the big ones toured, but there are others that also need fairly immediate attention, and to that point, all buildings do need attention and a maintenance schedule. So incorporating that notion into our plan, I think, is pretty crucial. So, Commissioner Swalson.
I wanted to emphasize your comment about our role as we go forward. My view and my desire when I wanted to tour the facilities was for awareness and knowledge, and to look for some of those common themes that I think we saw in several cases, whether it be with storage, whether it be with heating, cooling, different things like this. But to your point, and Council Chairman Mills, it's very important that knowledge then just helps us work with the staff as they bring forward things, because quite frankly, when I talk about a prioritization scheme, that type of thing, that can only work if the people that deal with it every day come together to actually tell us what they believe. We have an opinion, but they have the knowledge and the everyday experience. And so I think it's important we stay in our role of the governance and oversight and that type of thing. Let the staff and our administrator facilitate and bring forward what they believe are the top priorities, and then work down through that.
Thank you, Commissioner Swalson. Yeah, I'm on the same page, and I appreciate that. I think we all are, and I'm certain that we'll all want to get involved as much as we can and see some more details in that. But we can remind each other just the best way to be involved in that process, and if we need more details, we can get more details. So
I really appreciate everyone's interest and attention, and I echo our thanks to Brian Silence. His knowledge and expertise made that tour a lot more than it would have been if I had led it. So I'm really grateful that he was there to fill us in on the ins and outs of what's going on in our buildings. I neglected to thank April Zimmer for all the heavy lifting she did to get the tour scheduled. It's not easy to find time on your calendars to get everybody together, and April did a lot of work to make that happen. So April, I really appreciate you.
Here. Thank you, April, very much.
Yeah. So the other thing on this item, I just wanted to kind of reemphasize that, you know, part of this is going to be updating our financial management plan, and we may need some assistance from Ellers in doing that. I think there's a little more internal conversation we need to have about exactly what all is involved in that. But I have reached out to Bruce Kimmel at Ellers to find out what the ballpark cost of doing that update would be. And I don't think it'd be super expensive. It might be on the order of like $5,000 or something like that. But we're going to do a little more research and find out what's involved there. But I think having a sound
a sound financial management plan is obviously critical to making sure that we address the kinds of issues that we're seeing in our buildings. So more information to come on that. I wanted to move on to the next item, which is approve the formation of a Facilities Community Advisory Committee and the application for the committee. This is another recommendation that was part of the Committee of the Whole presentation I did back in March. And it's basically using the model that we use in other areas to get the community involved in the work that we're doing to provide counsel on the best way to move forward. The idea behind this committee is that we have lots of folks in the community who have expertise in the areas of architecture, building construction, and building management. And the idea is really to tap into that knowledge, both to better inform our decisions about capital planning, but also to provide a bridge between the work that we're doing and awareness in the community. And I think it's really useful when we have advisory committees made up of residents who can kind of take the information they're getting from us in the context of those meetings and help get that information out into the community. It makes our process better, and it makes everybody better informed. And I think that's what we're striving for here. So and you'll see that the application for this committee looks very much like the application we used for the Passion Pit Committee. And again, we are asking people to check boxes in terms of specific expertise that would be useful in doing the business and the work that this committee has to do. And so this item is to request approval for the creation of the committee and also approval of the application that we would use. One comment I would make about the application is that I think the deadline on it indicates an April 30th date. I would propose that we move that back to May 14th. That's a Friday. That would give us a little extra time to do recruitment and make sure that we're able to find the right people to serve on that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkie. Any questions, comments, concerns from commissioners? I guess I would go so far as to ask specifically for comments. What do you, and I'll go just down the row. Commissioner Hawkins, what do you think about forming this advisory committee, much like the Highway Advisory or Public Health and Human Services Advisory?
I think it's an excellent idea, and I hope we get lots of people out there willing to serve on this committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Commissioner Swalson, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I concur. The need for input as we move forward, because we have needs in this area. Those needs can be costly, but the input from others that do it in the community to help us can only benefit us as we move forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Sullivan.
I too really feel strongly that this would be a great addition, a great additional committee to have. And I hope that we can get this approved and that we have at least 21 applications like Passion Pit to get this group rolling.
And Commissioner Storley.
Yes, I agree, totally. We need to put all the heads together that we can to come up with a plan.
Yeah, and I concur. I think this is a wonderful step to getting more collaboration and more input and just a better structure in county government. And the more eyes we have, the more people we have involved, the better. And I really applaud Mr. Yorkie's efforts to this end and entertain a motion. Commissioner Hawkins.
I'll make the motion to approve forming a Facilities Community Advisory Committee and the application for that committee.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sullivan.
And I second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. And further discussion, might want to just point out per Mr. Yorkie's recommendation that that deadline should be amended there. Looks like we all had that intention in mind. Any further discussion? Otherwise, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Paulson?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval. Thank you very much, commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Yorkie.
Thank you. Appreciate the support. Our next item is also an action item. This is an amendment to the contract that the county has with the YMCA regarding the operation of the community center. And the provisions of this amendment address issues that have come up in recent years that made it clear that we needed some clarification in the contract about responsibilities and roles. And so very briefly, as the agenda item indicates, the kinds of things that we're addressing in this amendment relate to custodial care of the building. The first amendments relate to the responsibility of Y staff to, if there are any kind of potentially hazardous situations that come up, that they are to address those directly to mitigate any damage or harm to people before contacting the county to follow up with additional cleanup. There are also provisions in here that relate to what happens if clients of the Y damage the building or equipment that is owned by the county. It also addresses the care of the pool and the spa in terms of steps that need to be taken if there are any incidents that require immediate action. Other provisions relate to the operations and management budget and maintenance budget for the facility. And it also delineates the inventory of equipment that is owned by the county and the Y respectively. And then I mentioned custodial care. It's also just about, that the county may delegate those services to a third party if it chooses. And there's also language in there about the parameters for the Y renting the facility to third parties, which is not something that the contract encourages. So those are kind of at a high level. Those are the subjects addressed by the amendments, and I will stand for questions or sit.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkie. Any questions from commissioners? Comments? Commissioner Swalson.
Not a comment, but I do want to thank all the hard, there was a lot of hard work that went into this. I see it as just part of our continuing journey on the, how to best effectively work with all parties in maintaining and facilitating the services at the YMCA. I really think this is a big step forward, and I know it wasn't something that was done, simply. There was a lot of work, but I think it also helped to improve the relationship throughout, with all parties. So I do want to thank the folks involved.
And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that all of that hard work was done primarily by interim administrator Rena Rogers and Molly Hicken. I'm bringing this forward, but they really did the heavy lifting in terms of negotiating these provisions and making sure that all these concerns were addressed. So I really owe them a debt of gratitude.
Thank you, Commissioner Swalson, and thank you, Mr. Yorkie, for that shout out as well. I also want to recognize interim Administrator Rena Rogers and Attorney Hicken here for that, and to Commissioner Swalson's point, continually looking for ways to improve, and this was a good opportunity for that, and this is not necessarily the end either. We're always looking. It's a process, so I appreciate that, and it is work, a lot of work. Any other comments or questions or concerns? I don't see any, and I don't hear any, so I would entertain a motion.
I make the motion to approve the amended contract with the concerning the YMCA.
Thank you, Commissioner Swalson. We have a motion. Is there support? Commissioner Hawkins. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Swalson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval of the contract amendments for the YMCA. And last item is item D here. I guess it's not the last item, but 12D, Mr. Yorkie.
Yes, so this next item is also an action item. It's the proposed budget calendar for FY 2022. And essentially what this calendar does is it gets us started a little bit earlier than we typically do on developing the budget, getting information out to the departments so they can start thinking about what their expenditures are going to be for the following year and their needs. And then bringing that back for the development of a budget proposal that I would present to the board. That would occur at the end of July. And then we would also at that point have budget presentations from the Sheriff's Office and the Highway Department, as well as approval of the PHHS budget by the PHHS board. The timeline or the deadline rather for proposing the 22 budget and levy, which is the board's responsibility, that has to occur by the end of September. The board meeting schedule for September, the first meeting is actually on the 14th because the month starts on a Wednesday. So September 14th would be the first board meeting of September. I would propose that the board set the proposed budget and levy at that. And that gives us a second meeting in September if there are any issues that come up that require us to revisit or do any kind of refinement. That would give us some time built in to do that. The other issue that we had this past year relates to the vendor that we use to do the mailings for the truth and taxation notices. We did get the draft of that notice to our vendor to mail out by the contracted deadline, but there were some delays on their end in getting it out. And so to make sure, and that actually resulted in the necessity of continuing the first TNT hearing to the following week so that we could complete it, because not all the residents had received their notices by the date of the first meeting. So we're going to start the process of getting that mailer out a little bit earlier so that even if our vendor does fall behind, that residents will get their notices on time. And then the first regular business meeting in December is on the 14th. Again, the month starts on a Wednesday, so that puts our first meeting kind of late in the month. And so I would propose that the board take up the final budget and levy on December 14th. If there is any kind of snag in that process and we need to come back, we do have the following Tuesday, which would be the 21st. That is typically a committee of the whole meeting. But if there were a need, we could use that date to finalize the budget and levy. So that's kind of what's built into the schedule. And again, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Yorkie. Any questions, any concerns about that schedule? Comments?
Commissioner Mills?
Commissioner Storley.
Yes, I'm wondering where the Budget Advisory Committee, where that fits in.
Those meetings will occur throughout the cycle. They're not part of this calendar, but I would expect that throughout the process we'll be convening that.
Mhm. Right, since I think it's really important that we have kind of a tentative deadline on that, so all those folks can know ahead of time.
Mhm.
And then who would be a commissioner representative on the budget committee?
Did we take care of that at the organizational meeting?
I don't remember. Did we?
I believe, Commissioner Hawkins, I believe, you're on the budget advisory committee, right? Yeah, that was, yep.
Okay. Okay, then that's settled.
But I agree. I mean, that is a very important part of that process, Commissioner Storley. So even though those dates aren't shown here, that will be, that committee will meet throughout the process to make sure that we're getting the necessary input that we need to come up with a good budget proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. You're unmuted again.
I have a, I'm sorry.
Please, no, go ahead, Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, I was going to call on you next. Yep.
It's getting confusing here. Everybody's jumping around on my screen. I'm wondering, I don't see on the list like the EDA budget and the airport budget that are usually all included, you know, on our listing that the board approves. I'm just wondering, do we want to make sure that we put on a date of a time period while they're going to present to us also, or we just going to work that in?
Sure, we could certainly do that. I did use last year's budget schedule as a template for this one, and that was not on that schedule. And you know, obviously being a rookie here, I don't know how that has worked in the past. Brady is still on the meeting, and I'm sure he could speak to that if we need that information.
Am I coming up?
Yep.
So, yeah, so they have to have their information to us prior to the end of September. That's part of the proposed budget. They're under the same requirement. So I'll send out notices to the hospital, to the EDA directly as separate entities. And then, and also to some of the other entities, the Historical Society, etc. Anybody that's making that request. So we send out a notice to them.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Hawkins, or were you expecting more of a presentation from the different organizations?
Yeah, I guess I was, because I just saw here Sheriff and Highway Department budget, and I just thought, well, I know that we're supposed to hear from the airport every year, and you know that sometimes the EDA comes over and talks about their budget, so I think that, you know, it's just helpful.
Does that typically happen in a regular business meeting, or are there like separate meetings for those presentations?
Typically, that's been at regular meetings for entities like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's changed a lot over the last few years since we started, you know, administrative government. But years ago, every single entity came in and gave a presentation to the board in special meetings. Every department, every entity that was asking for money. So we've evolved since then to having presentations be the major funds, meaning Sheriff, Highway, Human Services, and then letting the other departments know that if there are significant changes or significant requests, that they could be asked to come before the board, but not but not going with each department, with the recorder coming in each year and the attorney, et cetera, with relatively small, not much change budgets. So just, that's been the evolution, I think. With hospital is never, they don't have to make a presentation because they're a taxing entity in and of themselves, but they have to get us their information by the end of September. The same with the other taxing entities, but the EDA, of course, does have to make a request, and they're required to have that request approved before the end of September. So they know that, and so they make that request prior.
Thank you.
And so, Commissioner Hawkins, is that adequate or clear for what we are to expect, or are there changes that you would like to see, or what are your expectations?
Well, I just want to make sure that we're planning to hear from all the necessary groups. And I just didn't see that on the list, but if I'm on the Budget Advisory Committee, I know I'll be asking those questions. So just trying to make sure.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Do any other commissioners have any questions or concerns about the budget schedule or process? Okay, very good. And so can open it up for a motion here to approve this this calendar. Commissioner Sullivan.
So I move to approve the proposed budget calendar for the 2022 year.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan.
And Swallowson support.
Thank you, Commissioner Swallowson. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Commissioner Swallowson.
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Storley.
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have unanimous approval. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Yorkie. There is another item with updates, but I don't know if you want to give any further updates now, or if we can switch gears to Assessor Thompson. Or...
I do have some updates, but I'm happy to defer to Bob if he wants to go next.
Yeah, certainly. Mr. Chair, would you like me to go next then?
Yeah, I would really like to try to fit you in here. So I really appreciate your flexibility, and you know, it's down to the wire here with time. And thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I will just touch base real quick before I start my presentation. Right now, in the current version of the House tax bill, they do have some changes that they're proposing to the TNT notices and that process of budgeting. So I know initially Senator Marquardt was proposing, he's the chair of the tax committee, so he's got a lot of weight there. He was proposing that there would be 9-member or 7-member committees that would be like a budget advisory committee. We already have one, so we're kind of ahead of that curve. But there's been a lot of kind of pushback from smaller communities that they couldn't get that number, and you know that it would be difficult to put together those committees in some jurisdictions. And then the other changes were that, you know, they were going to be trying to make a Minnesota Taxpayers Day, and that would be when the TNT meetings would have to be held. Also that like a school or a city meeting could not overlap the time that the county meetings are. So those are just some proposed changes. And I do have, I'll share my screen now because then I can go right into my presentation. But this is Article 7, the property tax bill that's currently the current version down in St. Paul. The highlighted sections are related to the property taxpayer day and the TNT process of budgeting. So I'm not sure what the most final version or what the final version will look like is, but it certainly sounds like they're going to be trying to move ahead with this. It's got some support through the committees and stuff. So it made it into their initial tax bill on the House side, and I'm not sure that there is or isn't any kind of similar bill in the side of the Senate, but just something to heads up, we may have to kind of adjust that budget calendar if that bill does go through. So I will jump into my presentation. I'll try and be quite quick with it. There's really there's some kind of redundancy and stuff that you guys are already aware of. So I'll just kind of zip through that stuff and I'll slow down for the important stuff here. Let me just close this out and I'll get into my presentation. I got to open up my PowerPoint here, but I'm basically just providing an update as far as some of the stuff that we've been doing and how it might, some of the questions you actually might be getting this appeals season, ahead of our County Board of Appeals meeting in June. I know every once in a while there will be a taxpayer that, they'll reach out to their commissioner in their district, or they'll even reach out to all the commissioners. They may reach out to the administrator, just to address some concerns. And, typically that's when a taxpayer and I are just not seeing eye to eye and we can't come to an agreement on something. They'll, bring this up with some of their commissioners to put it on their radar, but ultimately those concerns should, be brought before the board, the 5-member voting board for discussion review. So just wanted to touch base on some of the things that, you might hear about, and then also show what I'm doing in my office as far as why some of these things are coming up this year. You might hear a taxpayer talk about how their value went up last year and maybe down this year a little bit, or some of that stuff going on. And I think I can explain why that's happening in some areas, especially the West End. So changes in staff, we had 2 hires. This is quick stuff. We did unfortunately receive a resignation from John Denny. So we did post that job. It is currently advertised as open. Alex Murray, our appraiser trainee, he's working out great. He's really doing real well. He's picking things up real fast. Obviously the teleworking, no request for interior inspections unless the taxpayer is asking us for an interior review. We also will accept interior photos in lieu of an interior inspection for people who are uncomfortable with that visit. Office visits are appointment only, and we continue. I can see that continuing on in the future, because really we can do most of our business over the phone. The only time people really need to come into my office is if they need to provide me information that they can't do through email. So changes in the assessment, and this is obviously we went through the greater Grand Marais area. This is the map area. It's from Hanson Hempstead Road, from like Isaac Hanson's all the way up to Kelly's Hill and north to Two Island Lake. This is our preliminary ratio numbers. So once we finish all of our quintile entry, we run the sales ratio numbers, and anything that's outside of 90 to 105%, we have to make an adjustment. I want to look at these 2 highlighted are both bare land, residential bare land and seasonal rec bare land. They were both on the high side. There were 21 sales residential and 11 sales seasonal rec. Also down here in this number 39, this is rural vacant land, less than 34 acres. We had a median ratio there. It wasn't over the 105, but it's still getting kind of high there at 103.9. And there's 24 sales in there. So you can see, we've got over 50, almost like 60 sales there where our ratios are high. And what that means is if the median is that high, half the sales are even higher. So it was something we had to address this year. And if I don't lower those, the Department of Revenue most likely would. If it was like 105.5 or 105.6, they might just, let the market catch up to that. But something that high, they would likely adjust, and they're very less targeted in their adjustments. I think they would kind of look at it. They may even apply an adjustment to the whole county if certain jurisdictions were all showing this higher ratio. So that was one thing that I wanted to kind of give you a heads up, is based on the land values, I had to drop some of the land table values in our West End. For the most part, there was a couple of land tables on the east side, like Hoagland area, that went up slightly, but not a whole lot. And I do have a summary of all the changes that were made as a result of this sales ratio study. This is the 3 townships broken down, and you can see there in Lutzen, the land values were really high, the vacant land, as well as Schroeder, whereas Tofte, we weren't in such bad shape. Tofte had 5 sales, Lutzen, 5 sales in the seasonal rec, 5 sales in the bare land or in the residential bare land. So, these are a pretty good number of sales, and enough to say that those ratios are high and our land values are probably too high. So, I did do some downward adjustments in the West End, and this map here is an illustration of what the Department of Revenue studies. Each one of those colors is studied on its own. So you can see the 3 townships, Lutzen, Tofte, Schroeder, they break off of those northern areas up the Gunflint Trail. So like Siegel Lake, Gunflint Lake, those are separated out and they're not studied together. But if you look at that kind of like brownish orange color would be next to Lutzen there, that one extends from Cascade Beach Road clear all the way up to, the Gunflint Trail, Poplar Lake. I believe it clips the corner of Poplar Lake. So it's going to get like Leo and Loon, the edges of some of those lakes up the Gunflint. But that in the past has given us a lot of troubles. I know, you get a lot of sales in that district. So they do, study it for the sales ratio, and things just sell totally different and across that from Lake Superior all the way up to the Canada border. Same with like the blue and all that stuff from Greater Grand Marais all the way over to Greenwood Lake, those areas, those are very similar where, if you get down in that Greater Grand Marais area, things sell differently than what they do up the trail. But this just illustrates what the Revenue Department is studying by area. And then this map is what we have for land table zones. So typically in the past, everything in each one of these zones had a land rate. And if it had, anything outside of the base rate, it would be like a view factor that's been applied to increase the value, or some kind of an off-grid adjustment to reduce the value. And it was really, kind of like one lever is how I describe it sometimes to people is, you have this base rate and it's applied to everything throughout these entire zones. So Lutzen had its own rate, Tofte had its own rate, and Schroeder had their own rate. Same with all these other zones. But what we're doing moving forward, here's just a list of, this is actually the adjustments that applied to everything in the county. Outside of these 2 adjustments, they were more targeted and specific, like neighborhood, land table adjustments. And I have a full, it's about 4-page list of those adjustments. So if any of you commissioners are interested in viewing that, I can send that over to you for review, certainly. But basically we did a building, anything improved, got a little bit of an increase this year. Next year, I'm expecting that is probably going to be higher. Many of the sales we got from basically October all the way up to now, those are the ones that are really kind of showing the big pickup in the market that's happening so much recently. And I can tell you right now, from October to today, we have more sales than we had in the entire 12 months prior. So things have really ticked up. Obviously all of 2020 was busy, but when you look at this last 5-6 months, it's even more busy. It's really the market's really taken off. But you can see there, based on the age, we kind of adjusted up. Commercial, we kept flat on anything that basically was within the last 40 years. So what that means is they just didn't depreciate. Our system has depreciation built in, so that the building value continues to drop until they do an improvement or an update or an addition. Then it would go up. But other than that, it would just fall if it didn't fall into any kind of a market category adjustment. So this is included in my 4-page of the changes, the broad changes that were made that affect all properties, outside the quintile. So I figured I'd throw just the one that, this is only the one that affects every property. Essentially, it's all residential and commercial. The other ones were more targeted, like lakeshore adjustments and neighborhoods. But after our adjustments, this is what our ratios came in at. This is what we sent off to the state in our what they call a PRISM submission. So once we set up, have all of our stuff finalized, we send our first PRISM submission, and that's due April 1st. It has to be in before then. We had ours in, I think, like a week early. And basically this is what the numbers the revenue department is going to review. The highest one there is the seasonal rec bare land. It's right up there by the 105. But, you know, obviously I have a bit of a conundrum because when I'm adjusting bare land, I'm adjusting everything. It affects everything. And I really don't want to be adjusting improved properties downward in this market because it just doesn't make sense. You know, most people are understanding that we're seeing some appreciation. So it was a tough balance of, you know, let's fix this land stuff, and also we don't want to go too low on our improved ratios. So you can see this number actually went down. It was like 99 in the preliminary run, and it's at 97.9 right now. Ideally, and this bottom number here, this is all property classes. So there's 247 sales in this study. And that 97.9 is right about what most counties target. They want to be, you know, just under that 100. So that this is the final numbers we sent over. Residential 77 sales, we're at 97.9. Non-commercial seasonal rec, we had 72 sales. Those are, you know, the majority of what we get in Cook County. We were right at under that 100%. So numbers I'm happy with, and we continue to improve. I think, you know, if we get through another cycle of this, I'm just going to the West End, which actually it'll be the first year I've been here where the whole West End is getting done at once. My first full year here was the Gunflint Trail Quintile, and I think everything up there is assessed pretty consistently. It just might be a little low. So, but the Gunflint Trail is definitely something that's a little bit easier for me to adjust. In fact, when you look at my overall adjustments, the Gunflint Trail had very few. The West End had the most. Hovland had, you know, only a couple. And actually, I think most of them were upward adjustments. So you can just see, in Grand Marais, surprisingly, there was not a single adjustment for Grand Marais outside of that building increase. So anybody in Grand Marais, if they didn't have their property reviewed independently, they saw a slight increase in their valuation, which, you know, is a reflection of the market. So now what I want to show is how we're fixing this stuff. And I think that you guys are, this next slide is going to be probably the one that is going to really, you know, make the most sense to all you guys. What I'm doing is, instead of having one rate for Lutsen or one rate for Tofte, I'm creating the rates based off their zoning districts. So some areas in like the R1 district, you have a 2-acre lot minimum. That land value is typically going to be higher than something in the 20-acre minimum lot. Because you would need 40 acres to split that. If you had 40 acres in the FAR1 zone, what they call, it's not nearly as valuable as 40 acres in the R1 zone where you could make 2-acre lots. So if I pull the map up here, this is just kind of zoomed in on the greater Grand Marais area. This is our zoning map. This is according to the Land Services zoning ordinance. And I'm willing to bet that everyone in this meeting can tell me what is the most valuable land and what is the least valuable land based on those colors on the map. R1 along the lake shore, quick, easy access to Highway 61. Most of that stuff's on the bluffs and they have a view of the lake. That's going to be your highest value. That has the 2-acre minimum to split. You can see that the FAR3, the 5-acre minimum, kind of is in that next tier up where it still probably has some of these, you know, county road access or private road access. FAR 2 is going to, you know, it looks like for the most part follow along some of those county roads going up to Two Island Lake, out to Pike Lake, and so on. So you can kind of see there that it makes sense, in my opinion. I mean, I thought it was the first thing that I had kind of come up with is, when you think of having one lever, if I'm trying to value land, I could either have the land value right on all that white land, or I can have the land value right on all that green and yellow. I mean, they don't sell for the same price. So if you're trying to put it all on one table, it makes it very difficult. You might have a whole bunch of sales in the FAR1 zone and those are going to be lower, or you might have a whole bunch of sales in the R1 zone and those are going to be higher. And if you're just trying to follow the sales, it's difficult. Now we have the ability to break out, you know, that stuff that's more remote, it's not as valuable, and have a different rate for that than the stuff that's along Highway 61 in the R1 zone. We have a table for each zone now, and we're doing that in the West End next year. So, you know, the West End had an adjustment up last year. It had an adjustment down this year. That's just following the sales with one lever. Now I'll have, 4 levers here essentially, where the R1 is going to have a higher value than the FAR1. And so on the RCR, the residential commercial resort district, it's all going to be valued independently, and it'll require less of those subjective adjustments like a view factor. So that's one thing that I'm implementing here. I don't know, it hasn't been done that way in this county. We've always had just one rate for each study area. So it's something that I'm improving on. The next thing is we're adding a whole nother layer of neighborhoods. And this is actually something I drew up early last year. It was right after we went into lockdown. I drew these neighborhoods up based off of my knowledge of the areas. And these we can tweak, we can modify these, we can rename them if we want. But essentially what this does is it gives me another layer where now I can target more specifically these neighborhoods with higher values or lower values or whatever the studies show that they need. So you can see here that if somebody says, oh, I live out by Pike Lake or in Pike Lake neighborhood, you kind of get an idea where that might be. If somebody says, I live on North Devil Track area, that they're going to understand kind of where these areas are. East Highway 61, West Highway 61, Crossville Road, Cascade Beach Road. When I say these things, you guys get a general idea of where I'm talking about. And we did put these into the system this year. So now we can pull up a map and query these and just create a map out of our GIS layer from that. So I'm going to fast forward. This is a pre-recorded video. I'll just let it play for a second here and kind of talk through the beginning of it. And then I'm going to just skip the last couple. I'll just forward it to the end of it once I go through this first demonstration. This is a sales study sheet I put together. It breaks out the neighborhood, the acreage, the price per acreage. It gives all kinds of detail. This is a spreadsheet I hand typed in every single box. And eventually it's designed to establish the rate per acre. This is looking at 6 years of sales. Now what you can see here is I've highlighted the price per acres. And then down here, I've developed the average for price per acre of sale. Each one of these boxes that I've clicked on here is like a 5-acre developed rate. So you can see some of them, it ranges from like $6,500 all the way up to like $10,000, but we look for that average rate. And then we did that for each zone, each zoning district, we did that. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just highlight Maple Hill, and I'll go in and I'll select the 5 acres. And you can see once I do that, it highlights those 3 boxes. So those are, 3 5-acre rate sales that are in the Maple Hill district. So now when I look at this, I'm actually going to include one extra sale, and it's the one right above the first box there, the one for $89.28. And I type in those 4 sales, and it's going to come up with an average for just the Maple Hill 5-acre sales. And I'll divide that out and find out what, as far as a percentage of the overall rates, how much more Maple Hill should be, valued at. Because, Maple Hill is going to be valued higher than something out by Two Island or out by Bolly Creek Road. So I come up with this, and I do this for the 5-acre, the 20-acre, and the 40-acre. I didn't do the 10-acre rate just because there wasn't any 10-acre sales in Maple Hill. They were all like 5. Well, there was one 10-acre sale at $37.50, but it's just not enough to try and develop a difference. But so now I'm going to skip forward in this video just because I'm doing the same process for the 20-acre, developing that percentage over the average, and then the 40-acre. And if you look, when I get all the way up to the end of this video, if I can figure out how to skip forward, I think I just paused it. Oh, here we go. So if I skip all the way towards the end of this video, you can see it came up with a very similar rate on the 20-acre. And then here on the 40-acre, you'll see once I get it corrected, it's all saying 16%. So what I am getting out of this is that I need to put an additional 16% on the Maple Hill neighborhood over all the other areas. This is a lot more improved over having one land rate for the entire township. This gives you the tools to say, okay, we have 5 sales on North Devil Track. We just need to increase North Devil Track, this much, and then we need to look at these other ones independently so that we're not making broad changes. You know, if Lake Superior, Cascade Beach Road is selling so high, we don't have to go in and adjust the land rate that affects everything, you know, all the way up to the Canadian border. So these putting in these additional layers is really improving the assessment. Obviously, I can only do one area at a time. We just did Greater Grand Marais. Last year we did Hovland, and things in Hovland still look pretty good. I mean, like I said, we did upwards on 2 neighborhoods. I did do a slight downward, now that I recall, a slight downward up on the North Arrowhead neighborhood, which is like McFarland area. So that was just based off some of the sales we've had over the last 2 years and trying to just keep following that market as best we can. But another thing that I've been really working on, and I have, I do have some of these pulled up. I can share them if we have additional time, but I know we're getting close to when everybody wants to be done with this meeting. So I've got, you know, sales verification appeals. All these manuals are in the process of being developed, and they're really beneficial. So if you do get some valuation concerns about people talking about, you know, value going up or down and what that means to their 2021 taxes, make sure, you know, just address it with, they need to address it with the assessor's office. If we can't come to an agreement, it's not going to be addressed by a commissioner individually. It would go before the board. That's something that we've had issues with in the past. But lastly, we had 615 vacation rentals that changed over to the residential non-homestead. The resolution that was put forward by the board last year, it did a lot for us this year. So that really kind of concludes the presentation as far as the update that I had. Is there any questions from any of the commissioners?
Commissioner Hawkins.
Can you send that out to us? Because I think there's some really good stuff there, and I would like to take a little more time to look at it so I can ask better questions next time.
Certainly. And I know, Stacy, you were one of the ones that had asked for the list of changes that are made at the end of the year. So I can include that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Assessor Thompson, I'm really impressed with the level of detail and just the process that you're applying with the nuances here in the different neighborhoods. I think it's just excellent work and really applaud your efforts there. I think it's going to, it seems to me, and you know, you're a better expert than I am on this, but it seems to me that it's really going to bring more stability to more properties, because we won't have sales, for example, on Cascade Beach Road affecting the whole county property values as much. And so I'm just really impressed. Thank you so much for working on this.
Mm-hmm.
Any other, yeah, Commissioner Hawkins.
I just want to say, yeah, I'm impressed with the amount of detail and work you've put into this. And I'm wondering if it's because of the pandemic and working from home. And if that had something to do with it, we can chalk this up to another good thing that's come out of the pandemic.
Well, I guess I don't think it's specifically because of the pandemic. A lot of that stuff actually started long before the pandemic, like putting that sales study together for the Greater Grand Marais area. That was done well in advance of the lockdown. I mean, that spreadsheet started well in advance of that. Hovland, we did the same thing in Hovland, exact same thing, where we studied out the neighborhoods and all that. We broke out the neighborhoods, we broke out the zoning districts, and that was done, you know, 2018 to 2019. So we're doing our best. You know, it's tough. I do get calls. I got one the other day, a taxpayer who has 27 parcels. And, you know, they were pointing out to me, they said, you know, I had this property, it went up and it went down. And I'm just wondering, you know, do I have to still pay that for 2021? And I said, well, you know, without an appeal last year, we assume everything that's, you know, in the system is right. And I tried to kind of explain how, you know, I have this one lever right now in Lutzen specifically. Either the sales are telling me I got to go up or down, and I can't just kind of target out, you know, and say, well, you know, it's the stuff down by 61 that I need to go up on, and that stuff way up, you know, the Caribou Trail could probably stay where it's at this year. I just don't have the tools to do that yet. And when I go through this quintile, I will.
Commissioner Swalson.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you as well, Bob, because there's a tremendous amount of work and personal effort that you're putting into it. And in the end, what it comes down to, every taxpayer wants to be treated fairly.
Mhm.
And anytime we can get to this level of detail to be able to lay it out and explain it to them, and it just brings about the better understanding and better fairness. And so I really applaud your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, very good. Any other questions or comments here? Otherwise, I know there's always more to learn there, but I really appreciate both your flexibility and just that quick overview, because boy, that's really great work.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it is, it's all going in the right direction. The fact that Grand Marais was as good as it was, I really was happy with that. You know, it's easier, obviously, to really get those numbers looking good in an area where you have more sales and it's more condensed and everything's more homogenic, or however you would say it, homogeneous. So it's a lot easier when that's the case. When you get outside of town, we have a lot of eclectic, different properties. And it's difficult. And when you also factor in the fact that, like I said, we had one land rate, and typically, like, it would follow the market, it would go up and up and up. And then somebody would call and say, hey, you know, my property, I just bought it for less than that, so it's got to be wrong. And we go in and we're trying to figure out, you know, okay, we're gonna apply an off-grid adjustment, we're gonna apply some wet area to it. And it just is not how I see it should be done. I think that when you just break out those different zones, it fixes a lot of your problems. I mean, just looking at that zoning map, every one of you can tell me which one is the most valuable and the least valuable.
Well, I could do that without looking at the map.
Yeah, right.
Well, very good. Very, very good. Thank you very much. And I guess we'll just wait to hear more when more is presented, and look for those emails. So thank you for that update.
Yep, sounds good. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good day. Mr. Yorkie, you had further updates as well.
I do. I only have 17 items on my list, and I should be able to get through them in about 90 minutes. So that's a joke.
Whatever it takes.
Okay. Now, just a few things that I want you to be aware of. You've been hearing a conversation around town, I think, about the dog pound. The city of Grand Marais is making improvements down at the marina, and as part of that, they have closed the dog pound that they had. So the county is currently without any kind of animal shelter. And so the sheriff's office is the designated animal control authority in the county. There's been some discussion about whose responsibility it is to provide for some kind of animal shelter. I looked through state statutes and also consulted with Attorney Hicken. There are no state statutes that speak to whose responsibility it is to own and operate an animal shelter. So that's one thing. The other thing, we had a meeting about this yesterday, and the need for an animal shelter is actually very intermittent. It doesn't happen that often that the sheriff's office actually picks up stray animals. So that's another big factor in our consideration of how to move forward on this. If the county were to take on the construction and operation of an animal shelter, it sounds like most of the time that facility would be empty. And so to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to think about making an investment in building a facility when our needs are pretty low. So consequently, we're looking at the possibility of contracting with a local boarding facility, so that when we do pick up strays on an intermittent basis, that we can have an arrangement in place that allows that animal to be boarded until a home is found. So that's kind of where that discussion is going. I think there's also some conversation we need to have with the city in terms of, if we do move forward on whatever the arrangement is, what kind of cost sharing would be fair for the city and the county. So more to come on that. I wanted to mention also, yesterday we did a walkthrough of the Hovland Garage, which was completed a year ago. This is a warranty walkthrough to ensure that the building is in the condition that it needs to be before the warranty expires. Commissioner Spalson was generous enough to join us, and I appreciate his time in going through the building with us and talking about some of the issues. One of the main things that needs to be addressed is currently the flashing around the perimeter of the building is actually collecting water and holding it against the panels of the exterior. And so that really needs to be remediated so that it sheds water rather than retains it. And so there was agreement that that's something that needs to be addressed, and we are working both with the architect and the builder to find a solution to that. Next thing on my list, you are probably aware the county has had for many years, in fact, since the late 90s, a law enforcement agreement with the city of Grand Marais to provide law enforcement services within the city limits. That agreement has never been updated, nor has the contracted amount of that agreement changed. I have a meeting set with Sheriff Eliason and Attorney Hicken for early next week to talk about that agreement. We are going to be updating that, and I hope to bring that forward to you in the coming weeks. Obviously, we need to have some more conversations with the city about that as well. But I just wanted to put that on your radar. That will be coming down the pike. The other thing, Commissioner Sullivan, you were mentioning the recycling center and the conditions under which our employees there have to work. The back part of the building is not insulated. There's no heating back there. And so when it's 0 degrees outside, it's 0 degrees inside. And we don't want our staff working in those conditions. They deserve better. Just this morning, we did get a second bid on the insulation and structural modifications that are needed at that building. And so I'm hoping, and I don't know that, I need to get back with the first bidder as well, but I'm hoping that I can bring something forward at our next business meeting to request approval to move forward on that project. So just a heads up on that. Finally, the American Rescue Plan, people keep asking, what's the deal on that funding? How can we use it? I was on a call of the Minnesota Association of County Administrators on Friday, and they were asking the same question that I've been asking, which is what can this money really be used for? There is some very general guidance about how the dollars can be spent, but the devil is always in the details, and we don't have those details yet. What we do know is that the funding, the first round of funding, and it's going to be distributed to counties in 2 tranches, which is a fancy word that just means 2 allotments, 50-50. So we'll get 50% of the money that we're expecting, which is slightly north of $1 million, sometime before May 11th. And then the other half of that funding will come through sometime within the next 12 months, is what they're saying. And we're hoping that we are going to get more specific guidance from the U.S. Treasury on how those dollars can be spent. There are some general areas that have been identified. Those are responding to or mitigating public health emergency with respect to COVID-19, providing government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue. I have a lot of questions about exactly what that means, and we don't have any answers yet. Making necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. Interestingly, the American Rescue Plan funding calls out infrastructure, and then there's also the new jobs program that also has major funding for its infrastructure. And I think this could potentially represent a great opportunity for the county to potentially put infrastructure in place to help address our workforce housing challenges. So that's really what I'm hoping to see come out of that. Obviously, we need to have a lot of discussions with you all and other folks in the community to see what makes the most sense for the county. But it does sound like a good opportunity coming up to address that. Those are the 5 other items that I wanted you to be aware of. There are lots of other smaller things that are going on as well, but those are the key things. And again, I hope to be bringing some of these forward at our next several meetings. So,
thank you, Mr. Yorkey. That infrastructure funding in particular is very exciting to me, and can't wait to hear more about that. So, looking forward to more details as they're available. Anyone have any questions from Mr. Yorkie and his updates? And I'm going to toggle between screens, so please speak up here if oops, wrong screen, but please speak up if something comes to mind here. Otherwise, we're moving on to item 13, employee concerns / commissioner concerns. Item A is commissioner reports / meeting updates. Any, oops, wrong screen again. Any updates or reports from commissioners here? Not seeing any, nor am I hearing any. Moving on down to 13B, meetings to note. We have the AMC Leading Through Difficult Situations virtual training, April 21st, 2021. Public hearing for miscellaneous fees on April 27th, 2021 at 9 a.m. That's our board meeting. Then the Board of Appeals and Equalization, June 17th at 6 p.m. And we've got item 14, correspondence and memos, both the lodging tax, which is very interesting, as well as the Historical Society Board packet, which is always good to review. And then, I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner Hawkins. I just happened to toggle back when you raised your hand. That worked out well.
I'm just, as far as meetings to note, are we going to make sure that the Joint Powers Leadership Group meeting gets advertised? We had an issue with that.
Yep. Yeah, that'll be posted, I think, going forward for that whole community leadership meeting. The
I
group
just
formerly
didn't
known
see
as
it
the
on
Joint-
this list. I just wanted to make sure we didn't forget about it.
Yep. And that will be every other month, I believe. And so that'll probably be on next, or maybe in 2 meetings we'll see that on meetings to note or something. I mean, I do see this equalization meeting well in advance here posted on this reminder, but thank you for that reminder. Mr. Yorkie, yes.
Mr. Chairman, what I think Commissioner Hawkins is referring to, we had kind of low turnout at the meeting that was scheduled for last week. So we are going to have another meeting on April 29th. That's Thursday. That'll be at 5:30 p.m. and we will be publicizing that. One thing that came up at the last meeting is that I think there is a desire on the part of commissioners and city councilors to be able to participate in that. If it's not advertised as an open meeting, participation is limited to something less than a quorum of each of the participating bodies. And so to enable greater participation, we are going to publicize that and as an open meeting so that if all 5 of you wanted to participate, you could. So thanks for asking about that, Commissioner Hawkins.
Yes, thank you very much. I was not aware of the April 29th. So that's good to know, and thank you for that heads up. Let's see here. Down to item 15, recognition of staff, anniversaries, hires, and retirements. So we have Danielle Berglund, Highway Department, 11 years. Steve Butts, Highway Department, 26 years. Curtis Laboda, Highway Department, 16 years. Dusty Nels, Recorder, 42 years. Kirk Olberg, MIS, 14 years. Bev Wolke, Auditor, 16 years. And Lynn Wright, PHHS, 7 years. Thank you all for your continued dedication to both the county organization as well as to our community. Your good work brings us further ahead and supports us all, so thank you. Moving on to item 16, it would open it up for adjournment. Motion, looking for a motion.
Nobody wants to adjourn.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
Thank you,
Then I will
Paul.
second.
Thank you, Commissioner Starley. I'll do. I don't see or hear any further discussion. Roll call vote. Commissioner Swalson.
Aye.
Commissioner Starley.
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. Unanimous approval for adjournment. We are